Braves Country. I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball. You're listening to Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball. Hey Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, Strike two! Fraud! Cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go, and now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Hey Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show Braves Country today just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
What's up, Braves Country? Looking forward to a great Atlanta Braves season. See y'all at the ballpark. Looking forward.
Lineup for Braves Country by DM Magee, 2024. A is for Aaron. the Hammer and Hank, the real home run king. Take that to the bank. B is for Bobby. Cox never cowered. He'd give Blue quite an earful on his way to the showers. C is for Chipper. Don't call him Larry. He would show up in Shea, the Mets he would bury. D is for David. Justice he'd bring. A Game 6 solo brought Atlanta their ring. E is for Eddie Matthews. 512 bombs away. Lit skies from Boston to Milwaukee to the A. F is for Fred. McGriff dog-biting crime. A fire was lit the day he arrived. G is for Glavin. Southpaw winds and kicks. Changing speeds east and west. A gem in Game 6. H is for Harry and his brother George Wright. The father of baseball, Boston pennants in flight. I is for inning, ending double play. Riley to Ozzie to Olsen all day. J is for Jones. Andrew let her fly. And his gloves in center is where singles would die. K is for strikeouts. A plenty from Strider. The quads in the stash, getting swings from that slider. L is for Lopez. Javi to B-Mac. Travis and Smurf, we've been lucky to see that. M is for Mad Dog. He won 355. Could swat flies with the changeup and still bust you inside. N is for Necro. He got to the hall by bending and knuckling and floating that ball. O is for Otis. Old Nixon could fly. The catch at the wall baffled our eyes. P still for Peterson. We were all rockin' pearls. With Eddie and Jorge, we were out of this world. Q is a quandary for why Dale is not in. Murphy MVPs again and again. R is for ranking. The top pitcher's lore. Remember Kid Nichols, 107 WAR. S is for Smoltzy. The big three in the hall. When the game's on the line, you give John the ball. T is for Tyler. Matzik and the gift of 2021, the entire night shift. U is for Chavez, but we say Uncle Jesse. The frames, the release, kept the batters guessing. V is Van Weeren. Skip Carey 2. Don Ernie Joe, the tales from the booth. W is Warren. Spawn Johnny Sane. They'd ride him in Boston and then pray for rain. X is Mazzoni. Yeah, X marked the spot. Leo rocked next to Bobby, and his pitchers stayed hot. Why it makes us feel young. The game's main appeal. Chopping through the battery, there's no better feel. Z is for Zip Boom Bam, Ramalama Ding Dong. Throughout the summer, we sing that song. From AJ to eyeglasses and a hell of a pen. Mad Max, Uncle Charlie, win after win. A cannon from short, and RC you later. Acuna Matata, there is no one greater. Though you can't fit them all when you just A to Z. Think of your favorites in the rafters we see. I started with 3, then 10, 25, 47, 31, and of course 29. Let's not forget 21, 41, 35, the great 44, or 755, and old number 6, who led his great teams. The pennants were flying. It felt like a dream. From Boston to Milwaukee to Atlanta's TBS, a family, a tradition, Braves country's the best. Lineup for Braves Country by DM McGee, 2024. Hey Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Hey Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for pitch by pitch, play by play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Join the country club today. The first month is free. You'll have access to badges, one-of-a-kind emojis to display your Braves pride throughout the ball game. You'll also get instant access to our video drops, members-only chat, wallpapers, and more is on the way. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the country club today.
You're in Braves Country.
Good evening, Braves Country. Good afternoon, Braves Country. I guess I should say, as a little bit earlier pitch than normal. I know these first pitches are very confusing. Very confusing as we got 4:05. I think I might have been saying 4:10 yesterday, but it's 4:05. You would think that once you hit whatever hour, you'd be consistent on the minute, but whatever. This is what we have going on in the world of Major League Baseball, where you don't really know what time the game is going to be until you check it. Because, I mean, just for instance, just for giggles, Houston, Oakland right now, they're going to start 4:07 Eastern. 4:07 Eastern. What the hell is that? It's 1:07 local time. But what the hell is that? 4:07. Anyways, let's go ahead and get into the problems at hand that are your Atlanta Braves. Fix that real quick. Sorry about that. Okay, so the Atlanta Braves are going to. This is what was shared today in the press conference, the mini press conference they had before the game. And I don't think it's what we want to hear as fans, but this is, look, I'm going to bring it to you straight. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This is what they said. The Atlanta Braves, going forward, the number 5 slot, which is what pitched last night with Ray Kerr, is going to be a crapshoot. And what I mean by that is they are going to pitch player after player, guy after guy. And whoever decides to take the job gets the job. And if they don't pitch well, they'll head on back down to the minors. And that's kind of what I figured it was going to be. I also believe that once we hit, I see a lot of folks clamoring on social media talking about, well, they need to bring this guy up and that guy up. And come on now, we got to go ahead and bring Waldrop up and all that nonsense. You got to understand something called service time that they're very aware of. And most of those hit in the middle to late June. So we're probably 2 to 3 moves around before you start seeing. The ideal was going to be that A.J. Smith-Shawver was going to take the ball. But I guess his injury is actually a real injury. I kind of assumed it was a phantom injury because the way it laid out, it was going to give everybody an extra day of rest. So that's what I kind of figured they were doing. But instead, they're saying that Shawver has a grade 2 strain, which means he goes on the shelf. Now, this still could be overly precautious. This still could be the Braves wanting to manage his innings. And think about it. If you shut him down for a couple of weeks and then build him back up, ramp him back up slowly, and you bring him back up into late June into early July again, you're going to slow down his innings. And that's what the name of this game is. He is new to pitching, A.J. Smith-Shawver. People may not know this, but A.J. Smith-Shawver, till about 3 years ago, was not a pitcher. And he comes into the Braves franchise, the Braves organization, and he's pitched very well out the gates, but they know that there's a good chance that they need to keep him under about 100 innings this year, maybe 110-ish, but he's definitely not going to be expected to throw 150. So if you pump the brakes with him one more time, you shut him down and then restart him back up, you're then managing it to get him to the end of the season. Once again, if everything goes correctly, the Braves are going to be kicking the door in on the playoffs with Max Fried, then most likely Sale in game 2, and then most likely Ronaldo Lopez in game 3, and Charlie Morton in game 4. But what Snicker said today in a pregame, it wasn't really a press conference. It was more of a pregame interview. They do it a little more lackadaisical when they're on the road. They don't necessarily always get in front of the podium. So it looked like he was sitting in his office. And he said that basically they're going to rifle through all the pitchers that they have on tap, and whoever pitches the best is going to get the job. Which is, it's essentially what you want. You want the best man to get the job. You don't want them to force it where a certain player, a certain pitcher gets the nod just because of their pedigree. But it does concern you that it doesn't sound like they have a game plan. It sounds like they're going to just kind of throw up and see what sticks. It makes it sound more and more like they're going to give Ray Kerr another start through the rotation. And I said it last night, and I'll say it again because I saw a lot of goofballs on social media that were defending the move and that were saying, well, you don't know what he's going to be. I can tell you right now, if what we saw last night is Ray Kerr, and I'm not talking about his ceiling, I'm talking about what he is this year, that's not a starting pitcher for a contender. A guy has 2 pitches, essentially, and only one of them's elite, and he doesn't hit the zone that frequently with that fastball. His curveball is decent, it's much better because the fastball that he has is so electric, coming up at 97, 98 miles an hour, that the curveball is much more difficult to deal with. But what we saw last night was a team in the Pittsburgh Pirates that does not have an elite offense, one of the worst offenses in baseball. And they stacked the lineup with right-handed bats. And those right-handed bats tattooed Kerr. Ray Kerr at this point in his career, and I know, look, he's 29 years old, so they probably think he should be a little further along. He's not. He's got 2 pitches, essentially. He had a lot of injuries when he was younger, so that's why it's slow development. And I'm not giving up on him long term, but what I'm saying is he is a guy that you bring out of the bullpen when you know that you're about to face 2, maybe 3 left-handers in a row, and then you get him the hell out of there. It's disingenuous. If you want to try to get him to develop himself, then send him down to AA, send him down to AAA, and develop down there. You can't develop a player in Major League Baseball because they need to already be developed, because the simple fact of the matter is these guys are going to tattoo them. I feel much better with Darius Vines going out there and getting a start when he is the actual starter and is preparing to start and is not going off of 2 weeks rust. So it looks like we're going to have this going forward. It's just going to be kind of a nonsense. And the main thing is, going forward, as I see that John says he doesn't have sound. John, once again, that's user error. We have today, tomorrow, Monday and Tuesday. We don't have to worry about this. It's going to be once every 5 days. We're going to be like, oh, here we go. What it really means is that on those 4 days when the 5th starter isn't pitching, we're going to kind of need our starters to go pretty deep, because the bullpen is going to be needed and tested on Game 5. So when we talk about that going forward, what we're talking about is we need Ronaldo Lopez. And by the way, I was checking the weather. The weather in the area is kind of in and out. Now, one of the writers said beautiful weather here, and now I'm looking at the screen and I see tarp on the field. So are we going to get a delay? It looks like that we could. I'm going to check that real quick, but it shouldn't be very long, because looking at the projection of the weather going forward, it looked like it was a very, very quick front that was moving in. So with that being said, they just showed the tarp on the field. That may just be precautionary. I'm checking right now to see if there's any kind of announce on a delay. And by the way, this is good news. I did see today that Ian Anderson is on track to come back sometime in June or July. So maybe he's the number 5 pitcher. So he's the number 5 pitcher. That could be very good. I still think they shouldn't be giving up on Bryce Elder. Bryce Elder had a very bad outing against the Padres. I get that. But he's definitely more polished than Ray Kerr. Right? I mean, what we've seen from Bryce Elder, and we know it's a mixed bag of tricks. But if you're going to have Ray Kerr on the roster, he needs to be the answer if Bryce Elder's not hitting on all cylinders. The other couple of things that we do want to hit up, Murphy and Riley look to be on track to come back on Monday, is what all the stuff is saying. And Ronaldo Lopez versus Mitch Keller right now is what the lineup is going to be. And we'll have to see whether or not the game gets started on time. there was once again, there's a tarp on the field, but there hasn't been an announcement that there's going to be an actual delay. So with that being said, we're going to act like we're going to treat this like it's going to be ready to roll. I'm refreshing everything just to double check to make sure there has not been a delay. And as of right now, it looks like you've got kind of gloomy skies, but I checked the weather right before I came on, and it looks like it's just this little pocket. After that, we should be flying high. So we'll have to see how this goes. I'm going to check the weather again when we go to break, but all in all, the Braves should be set to take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. And once again, I'm gonna check the AccuWeather at PNC Park is what I have pulled up right now, and what it is showing is thunderstorms in the area right now, and that by 5 o'clock cloudy, 6 o'clock cloudy, 7 o'clock mostly cloudy, 8 o'clock mostly cloudy. You get the drift, and then it clears up. So if there is a delay, it would be a very, very short delay. So we're going to wait to see what happens there. It is time to go ahead and get to the lines. We're going to go ahead and get the lineups out of the way. I'm going to double check on this while we step away. And hopefully the tarp being on the field is just precautionary. There is no precipitation in the area. There's just some kind of gray cloud coverage. So here we go. Pitch by pitch, play by play. My pick to click today. Man, I hate to go to these left-handers because they really are playing really poorly. I'm going to go with the pick to click today. Looking at the fact you got Mitch Keller on the mound. By the way, he throws a kitchen sink at you. He's got 5-6 pitches that he goes to. Mainly the fastball that playing off of that is the slider and the cutter. That's essentially what you see out of him most of the time. I'm going to take Matt Olson a click. He's 4 for 7 lifetime from him, hitting .571. But you know what? Scratch that. Give me Ronald Acuna Jr. Ronald Acuna Jr. hit one out last night. This guy is 6 for 15 against Keller lifetime. 3 home runs. I mean, come on. At some point, he's got to put back-to-back games together. Because right now what's happening, he's getting like one good hit every 2 to 3 games, and that's why he's hitting as poorly as he is. Give me Acuna to click against my better judgment, but that's what I'm going with. Ronald Acuna Jr. click, and the Braves to win we'll say the Braves takes this one 6-2. I think you're going to get a very good outing by Ronaldo Lopez, and the Braves will get some runs on the board. All right, we're going to step aside, check the weather, all that stuff. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Drink like me, you can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
Baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park. It's asymmetrical and quirky. But even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it, the fact that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
In right field, the crowd is tormenting Strawberries, singing Darryl, Darryl. Little roller up along first, behind the bag. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win. And there's a fly ball deep to left. It's on its way. There it goes, and the Yankees are going to the World Series. Aaron Boone.
Ground ball stabbed by Folk. He has it. He underhands to first for the first time in 86 years. The Red Sox have won baseball world championship. Can you believe it?
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. But you can apply those same 3 criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Sure as God made green apples, someday the Chicago Cubs are going to be in the World Series.
A little bouncer slowly toward Bryant. He will glove it in front of Rizzo. It's in time. And the Chicago Cubs win the World Series. Cubs win. What a lucky break. The good Lord wants the Cubs to win.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing-eye single. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball hit high and deep down the right field line. It's going back, back, back. Is it fair? Is it zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lam-a ding dong, a 3-run shot, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 1-run lead. She's gone, baby!
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Breen. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe.
You're in Braves country.
If there's a bigger thing going on right now, I don't know what it is. We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. And here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first, and here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball!
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Rum and Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pump. Really? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
Same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair. YouTube Live.
Radio station. The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio. We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
Dandy day for a ball game. And a nice crowd out here to see the Yankees making their last appearance at Maven Field in 1934. We hope before the ball game gets over that Babe Ruth gets in it. I'd like to see Babe take one more swing this season, but his leg is pretty sore. He takes a bit of batting practice, but not very much. Manager Cochran's Charlie Horse is better, but still not cured. That's why he's out of today's game. The wind is blowing toward left center field. Lanup and Lou Gehrig is the batter with the bases loaded and one out. The crowd is getting rather tense. The score is 2-1 in favor of the Yankees. This is the third inning. Marbury is raising quite a bit of dust out there as he kicks the ground around to get better footing. He's been off in his pitching. His control has been bad. Here's the pitch to Gehrig, and it's high outside. Ball one. A high, hard one. Gets the sign from Hayworth. Starts the motion. Here's the pitch. A bounder over second base for a hit into center field. Broca scoring, followed by Rolfe. Selkirk reaching third. Makes the score 4-1 in favor of the Yanks. That seems to be all for Marbury. Time is called, and Hamlin comes in from the bullpen to relieve Marbury, who has allowed 4 runs and 6 hits in 2 1/3 innings.
Good afternoon to you, baseball fans. So, my name is Mac Magee. If you have not followed Braves Country Radio before, just going to give you a real quick outline of what we're going to do today. This is for the baseball fan. So, long story short, there was a baseball show that went on for well over 40 years. In fact, I think 47 years, if I am being accurate, and it was called the Annual Salute to Baseball. The gentleman has since stepped away. His name was Jonathan Schwartz. He no longer does the Salute to Baseball, and it's a lot of he said, she said stuff that led to him walking away. But then, of course, age. I mean, he'd been in radio for well over 50 years. But he loved baseball so. You got to realize this began, I think, 1971. Was the original year, but he loved baseball so that he just was not willing to focus on the Super Bowl every Super Sunday. And I talked about doing this last year, and so we decided we're going to go ahead and give it a try. This will be an annual tradition. Won't take up much of your time on Super Bowl Sunday. We know the Super Bowl's become a much bigger thing than when he first started. Now, the difference between what he did and what we are going to do, he just played a lot of songs based on the world of baseball. We are going to talk about the game of baseball, the love of it, the history of it, and the clip you just heard was one of the oldest recordings of a full baseball game. It was 1934. It was the Tigers and Yankees. And what you're hearing is Babe Ruth being out of that game because of an injury. And that was the great Lou Gehrig getting a base hit. Now, why that game is important is because the New York Yankees finished 7 games behind those Detroit Tigers. The Tigers would go on to the World Series, and they would lose in 7 games to the famous Gas House Gang of the St. Louis Cardinals. But it's a neat clip to listen to. You see the difference. Now, what you don't realize is that thing was edited. We had to chop it up because there are long gaps in the broadcast that you would literally fall asleep in nowadays world. Nowadays, there was no way you would sit through just the awful dead air. But realize radio was new. It had only been around for about a little over a decade. They'd only been doing baseball games for a little less than that. And they weren't consistently broadcasted baseball games, radio baseball games, until about that time. And I thought today it would be fun to talk about the beginning of baseball on the radio. Each year we're going to dive into something else, and we'll do other things each year, but I do want to do this one first. Now, why are we not doing this with any kind of video, whether you're listening to it on YouTube or you're listening to it on Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts on Braves Country Radio? We're doing this because we want to be legitimate to the times of the original Salute to Baseball, which started in 1971, which obviously there was no simultaneous video. So this show will be a throwback going forward. The first baseball game that was ever broadcasted was the Pittsburgh Pirates versus the Philadelphia Phillies way back on August 5th, 1921. And it was the famous KDKA of Pittsburgh. Pirates won that game against the Phillies 8-5. Harold Arlen was the play-by-play man, basically known in those days as the staff announcer. He would go on to be the world's first full-time salaried announcer in broadcast radio. He worked as an engineer and later a foreman for Westinghouse. He was hired by KDKA as a part-time announcer in 1920, and by the mid-1920s, he was on salary. He also read over the air the returns of the 1920 presidential election. That was a first, where Warren Gene Harding over James Cox. And just a side note on that, before we get back into the baseball, Arlen would continue to do tennis on radio. I mean, I can't imagine listening to that. I mean, that I can tell you right now, when you listen to the early days of the radio, not only is it there a lot of crackling, but they didn't really know what they were doing. And what I mean by that is it was just kind of a go out there and wing it. Now, obviously, as the years go on, you end up getting very talented broadcasters who have an idea going in what they're doing, the Vin Scullys, the Red Barbers, and they're able to paint the picture. But the original pioneers, they were just kind of told, hey, go out there and see what you can do. 1921 on August 6th, the day after the baseball broadcast, Arlen announced the first radio broadcast of a tennis match over KDKA as well. It was a quarterfinals match in which Australia was playing Great Britain at the Allegheny County Club in Pittsburgh for the Davis Cup. It's a lot of history here, right? Australia beat Great Britain, by the way, 3-2, and went all the way to the finals to lose to Japan 4-1. But that made history as well. On October 8th of that year, Arlen, from the same box seat at Forbes Field that he used to do the Pirates and Phillies broadcast, provided play-by-play of the Backyard Brawl. If you listen to our Once Upon a Pastime series, you know what that is. It was a college football game between the University of Pittsburgh Panthers and West Virginia Mountaineers. Pittsburgh won that game 21-13, but the idea is Harold Arlen is an absolute legend in the radio business. Now, you can argue back and forth on whether or not he's one of your top ones. It doesn't matter. He was a pioneer and really paved the way and showed a willingness to go out there and broadcast anything he could do to bring it to you live. But back to the game of baseball on radio, KDKA and WJZ of Newark, New Jersey, broadcast the first World Series on radio between the New York Giants and the New York Yankees with Grantland Rice, if you're familiar with him. And for you Murfreesboro, Tennessee folks, if you don't know who Grantland Rice is, you need to go and investigate him. But the point is, he's from Murfreesboro, Tennessee. He was born in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, and became one of the great writers in the history of sports writing, graduating from Vanderbilt. But Grantland Rice and Tommy Cowan called the games for KDKA and WJZ, but the broadcasters were not actually at the game. But you got to be sitting there going, well, how the hell did they do that? Nowadays, I do it all the time, watching a stream of a baseball or a football game and bringing you what I see in real time. But you got to realize back then, not only was there no television, there was no internet. So what did we do? Well, they would wait for the news, the information, from a telegraph wire. And as that telegraph wire would come in, and they would be very generic information. And this went on for quite some time on a lot of the radio broadcasts throughout the country. In fact, it's not until about 20 years later that most of your games are being called play-by-play physically at the game. Now your bigger cities, New York, Boston, we're talking about the Red Sox, the Braves, the Yankees, the Giants, the Dodgers. They had all started to implement broadcast booths, but your smaller market teams, a lot of them, first of all, they weren't traveling with the team for road games, and that was pretty common across the board, but a lot of them would sit in the radio station, wait for the telegraph to come across the wire, and they're not getting a complete description. What they're getting is either A, some of them were so basic they would just tell you it was an out. As they got better, they would tell you that it was a ground out or a fly out, etc., maybe even a strikeout. And then as it got more and more up to date, they actually started getting the balls and strikes called very regularly. And when that happened, they were really being very liberal on what they saw because they weren't seeing anything. So it would be things like, just to give you an example, as opposed to actually seeing it happen, you would see it come across the telewire and it would say ball. Well, I'll just give you an example. Let's say it's today's baseball, and let's say it's Spencer Strider pitching against the Philadelphia Phillies, and I get ball. It would be up to me to say something to the effect of, here's the wind up, the pitch, high heat inside, almost gets him. It's 1-0. But there's no telling what the hell happened. He could have thrown a slider in the dirt. The ball could have been high and away with no runners on base. It could have bounced off the catcher's glove. So you can imagine these guys really had to become very, very creative. So when they finally got to the point where they could see the game, you can imagine that's why some of these guys were just elite. When it finally came around, they were actually able to see the game. It's like giving a blind man vision instantly. The job itself is going to become a lot easier, but the expectations are going to be higher. So back to what was going on in the world of baseball with these radio broadcasts. For the 1923 World Series, Grantland Rice was joined on Westinghouse for the first time by Graham McNamee. Now, McNamee was given the Ford Frick Award, which is the Baseball Hall of Fame's once a year they give a broadcaster the award. And he was given the award back in 2016. It was long overdue. Now, here's the thing about McNamee. During the 1923 World Series, Grantland Rice was the main broadcaster, but during the fourth inning of Game 3, he turned the microphone over to McNamee. This was the start of his career, essentially, and McNamee becomes the first color commentator in the history of radio baseball. Before that, all you ever had was just the one guy giving play-by-play, very much like Vin Scully is known for. And still pretty much my favorite version. It's why I do most of my games solo. I know you can argue that back and forth, and some people have their different reasonings for liking different things, but I'm a traditionalist, and that's why I do prefer it. There are times where we do bring guys in, but there's a rhythm that you can get into when you're by yourself on a broadcast that really takes a while to work for a color commentator and play-by-play guy. If we ever added a color commentator to Braves Country Radio, it would have to be someone that made a commitment to be on every broadcast, because getting that rhythm, I guess the best way I can explain it for someone who's never tried to do it, you can't just put a great guitarist and throw him into a band the night of a show. He's got to go in, work with the others, and get a rhythm. So it's much like that. Now, the thing about McNamee, though he's in the Hall of Fame, he's credited as the first to ever be the color commentator, he was really criticized at the beginning for his lack of expertise, mainly because McNamee, if you go into his background, he was an attorney, he was a legal advisor for President Grover Cleveland's cabinet, and in 1922, while serving jury duty in New York City, he visited the studios of the radio stations, mainly WEAF, and went to audition as a singer. In the middle of one of the, on his way to the courthouse one day, just decided he was going to audition as a singer. Someone noticed his voice and asked him to speak through the microphone. He was given an audition at that point hired on the spot as a staff announcer. So he just gave up the law and became a staff announcer. So realize he's calling the World Series a year after getting this job, and he did not grow up around following sports. He was in there trying to make it in music. But he started going to all the big events and volunteering to be the guy who would basically be the color commentary. He did the World Series. He did Rose Bowl games, championship boxing, Indianapolis 500. But back in the early 1920s, baseball was king. As big as the Rose Bowl was and as huge as boxing was, and it was huge. And the Indianapolis 500 was much bigger than it is today as far as in the national psyche. You still have your big auto racing fans, don't get me wrong, but back then it was a huge deal. Even as big as those were, being the World Series announcer was the cream of the crop. But if you listen to a lot of the folks that were talking about why they didn't love his style, the reporters would be at the games to write their stories, and their descriptions of McNamee's broadcasts came in as boring, a lot of dead air, and I went back and listened to a couple, and I mean, they were right. Mostly given in the past tense after a play was completed, and this is as he was sitting at the game, so that's why he got a lot of flack. But Grantland Rice stepped in and kind of helped him tool along and teach him the ins and outs of the game of baseball. And he was far from a baseball expert. But he had the enthusiasm and wanted to learn. And what he was known for, after he got his feet under him, was that he started doing what a lot of folks were doing in radio back then, making artificial sounds and whatnot. And so he was bringing an excitement to the game. You couldn't get away with that in today's broadcasts, but it was unique back then. Now, he would go on and work political conventions and do a lot of other things, but baseball is what really got him to the forefront. By 1924, 1925-ish, there were baseball broadcasts just sporadically popping up in all cities. Now, one of the reasons why they didn't have much of an actual hard schedule, because a lot of times they didn't know what would be available to them over the line, on the telewire, etc. But this starts popping up. You start getting a lot of broadcasts on WGN, the AM station in Chicago. They started doing Cubs games, White Sox games. Remember, back then, you weren't paying for the rights. You were just showing up and doing the games. So the great part of this was the White Sox and Cubs, WGN would just go to whoever was in town. And they started broadcasting a lot of games. Same thing in Boston, WBZ. B as in boy, Z as in zoo. They start broadcasting in 1925, opening day for your Boston Braves. And they were playing against the New York Giants, a huge game. And that really made the headlines in the newspapers back in 1925. That date in 1925, April 1925, is the first time either the Red Sox or the Braves, the two Boston teams, had ever been broadcasted on air. Throughout the rest of the 1925 season, Boston station WNAC broadcasted back and forth Braves and Red Sox home games all throughout 1925 into 1926. Predominantly in 1925, it was Braves games, but then they started adding the Red Sox. As this is going on, the National Broadcasting Company, NBC, and Columbia Broadcasting System, CBS, by October 1927, these two conglomerates would create coast-to-coast networks to broadcast the World Series for the first time. Graham McNamee was chosen to announce the games for NBC, and Major Andrew White was the announcer for CBS. In that first year, the baseball commissioner, I know you know this name, Kennesaw Mountain Landis, gave permission for both networks to air the games. Like I said, back then, they were just trying to popularize the radio game. In the very early stages of it, there were owners of different teams that thought broadcasting the game on radio was foolish because you're giving something for free over the air as opposed to making them come to the park. Because at that time, most of the people that were listening were living in the city. Well, the bigger cities proved that to be wrong, because what you really were doing is you were popularizing the game. You were letting a kid, because of AM frequencies, a lot of people didn't understand at the time, but AM frequencies bounce all over the place, go for long distances. And so that's why like in Middle Tennessee, Nashville, Tennessee, talked to many people over the years when I lived there, that they grew up listening to the St. Louis Cardinals on radio because they could listen to the cadence coming over the airwaves at night on their AM station. So it built the Cardinals brand, and that was going on all over the country. And as you can imagine, in the cold nights, early season and late season, in Boston and New York and Chicago and all the little towns all around, they couldn't get to the game. Well, they would turn on the radio, and at the same time, they were following these teams through the newspaper. And it was a popular sport to follow, so because most people had seen this sport live, growing up playing it in their lifetime. So they could imagine exactly what the broadcaster was painting. It was a little more challenging for the other sports. There were people that grew up in these small towns that never saw a football game, that never witnessed a live basketball game, didn't grow up playing it in their school. But everybody played baseball, so that's why the popularity stuck. You know, that same theory came into television years later. Well into the late 1970s, college football believed that they should not be putting a lot of games on TV because they wanted people to come to the stadium. Well, now we know their bread is actually buttered with the television money. But back in those days, you didn't have these huge contracts, and they were trying to get every dime they could out of the turnstiles. And that's why I just missed it. But in the 1970s, I was a young kid, so I barely would have remembered this. But you were only getting 1 to 2 ball games on a week. So I don't think I understood the excitement when I was coming of age, and I really started watching college football very late 70s, early 1980s. But for argument's sake, we'll put it around 1981, 1982 when I really started understanding what was on TV. And I'd say I didn't start really watching it in full until around 84 is where I'll put it, maybe even 83, but mid-80s. And I don't think I understood at the time the excitement from my dad and my grandfather of how many games were going to be on this weekend. They would talk about it all the time. So back to the baseball side of it, you look at it now, if you have the MLB package, you can watch the MLB any night. There's a game on, multiple games on. And if you have multiple devices, you can watch several games. It's what I do. When I'm doing the Braves broadcast, I usually have 1, maybe even 2 other games going at the same time that I can peer over and look and keep an eye on the score of, it's usually someone who's following us in the division, but whoever. And I can watch as much as I want to watch, right? Well, that wasn't the case. And obviously back when we're talking about the beginning of Major League Baseball being on radio, you had one station in your town that was broadcasting a game. You didn't have a national this wasn't Sirius XM. You didn't have the national broadcast. And, oh, by the way, I can also go over and listen to the Detroit Tigers or the Seattle Mariners. It's wherever you lived. By the 1930s, the two-team cities of Boston, Philadelphia, remember St. Louis had the Browns, talked about Chicago, had reached an agreement not to broadcast away games. So, in other words, if the Boston Braves were at home, listeners could hear that game on the radio, but could not listen to the Boston Red Sox away game. The owner's argument was they won't come to the park if you give the game away. We just talked about that. I didn't really understand that philosophy because you would think that the away game would be what you'd want to hear because you couldn't go to the park. But I really think that was just a cost-cutting move. They didn't want to pay all these broadcasters bouncing all over the place. And people were going to the games. What really became popularized in the 1930s into the 40s is people were going to the games and carrying their little handheld transistor radios and listening to the game at the game they were at. So it became very important to be the station that was broadcasting the Boston Braves versus the New York Giants because the Braves were right in front of you and you were listening. What you were really listening for if you were in the park is the information that you couldn't see. Because a lot of these older parks had terrible seating situations. So, bad views, et cetera, et cetera. And they couldn't see in real time, not only if a guy was safe or not, but if, a ball, a strike, all that kind of stuff. Now, by 1935, the commissioner, Kennesaw Mountain Landis, orchestrated a radio deal to cover the World Series. All 3 networks were involved, and baseball made over $400,000 US, which was huge at that time. At that time, the Gillette the razor manufacturer started realizing the power of advertising.
On a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. You're listening live, and the scene is PNC Park in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where we're set to bring you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off and playing right field for your Atlanta Braves, it's Ronald Acuna Jr. He's batting .247 with 4 home runs, 15 RBI, 15 stolen bases. Batting second, playing second, Ozzie Albies, 3 homers, 23 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting .264. Batting third, the designated hitter, Marcell Ozuna, 15 home runs, 47 RBI, a .318 average. Matt Olson playing first, batting fourth. 7 homers, 26 RBI, batting .219. Orlando Arcia batting fifth with a .242 average, 5 home runs, 17 RBI. Batting sixth and patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves, it's Michael Harris II. He has 5 home runs, 17 RBI, 7 stolen bases, batting .255. Jared Kelenic is in left field with a .248 average, 3 home runs, 8 RBI. Chadwick Tromp is behind home plate with a .265 average. He has 6 RBI. And Zach Short is playing third with 3 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .146. On the mound for your Atlanta Braves, it's Ronaldo Lopez Day. Raylo is 2-1 with a 1.54 ERA and a 1.07 whip. 46 2/3 innings pitched, 44 strikeouts. He's given up 33 hits, 17 walks, and 2 home runs. He'll be going head-to-head with Mitch Keller, who is 5-3 with a 3.84 ERA, a 1.28 whip, 61 innings pitched, 59 hits allowed with 54 strikeouts, giving up 19 walks and 6 home runs. Backing up Keller in the bottom of the first inning, the designated hitter, Andrew McCutchen. 7 home runs, 14 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .232. Batting second and playing left field, Brian Reynolds. 7 homers, 27 RBI, 4 stolen bases, batting .258. Playing first and batting third, it's Connor Joe. 6 homers, 22 RBI, 2 stolen bases, a .273 average. Batting cleanup and playing short, coming in with a .251 clip, it's O'Neal Cruz. 7 homers, 4 stolen bases, 19 RBI. Nick Gonzalez batting fifth and playing second. He's batting .300 on the year with 2 home runs, 13 RBI, and a stolen base. Olivares is in right field with a .250 average. 5 homers, 16 RBI. Yasmani Grandal is behind the plate with a .213 average, 2 home runs, 10 RBI, 1 stolen base. And Triolo is at third, batting 8th. He has 3 home runs, 18 RBI, 4 stolen bases, batting .206. And Bay is in left field, 1 for 7 on the year. He has 1 RBI and 1 stolen base. Calling balls and strikes behind home plate, Hunter Wendelstedt. First base umpire, John Tupain. Second base umpire is Marvin Hudson, and down the third base line, it's Nick Marley. Expecting partly cloudy skies here at first pitch in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Atlanta Braves come in 29-19 on the year. Pittsburgh 24-28. Your Atlanta Braves are 13-11 on the road. Pirates 11-14 at home. The Braves are minus 165 on the money line. The over-under is 8.5. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves Pirates Game 2 of a 3-game set. Your Atlanta Braves look to tie the series up with Ronaldo Lopez on the hill. Game 3 of the series is tomorrow at 1:35. Country Club members, get your tomahawks ready. We've got the Raylo emoji in. Braves Country, get your game face on.
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back. Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
You're in Braves country.
Welcome in, Braves Country. About time to do another roll call. Good afternoon in the Country Club. We've got Charlie, Austin, the GOAT, Robert, Edward Spry, and Russell Hall, along with Nathaniel Brooks. Also in Braves Country, we've got Grandma King, John, Travis, and Emilio. I think that's everybody. If we miss someone, jump on into the chat. Let us know where you're listening to us from, whether it's Yulee or Atlanta or Pittsburgh. I think John's at the game, isn't he? Or is he just right outside the stadium? We are just about set for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Atlanta Braves are wearing their all grays, classic top to bottom. Gray tops, gray pants, red lettering, blue outline. Red numerals on the back, blue outline. Atlanta on the chest, tomahawk underneath. And we'll have our classic blue caps with the white A on top. The Pittsburgh Pirates will be in their all whites. Pirates on the chest, black lettering, gold outlines, black ball caps with the yellow P. They have stars around the yellow P as well. I don't know if that's got something to do with it being Memorial Day or if this is just an alternate look. I've never seen this cap before. It's a pretty sharp looking cap for the Pirates. Still nothing touches the classic ball caps that the Pirates had when I was growing up in the 80s. That painter's cap look that they used to wear, the pillbox cap as they called it. Charlie says she's listening to us from Kingsland, Georgia. You got anybody else in the chat? I don't see anybody else chiming in from where they're from. And if you missed the pregame show, because I know we had a little bit of a delay here, it looks like Murphy and Riley will both not appear in this series, and the best case scenario would be Monday. To see what is going on here. Here we go. All right, first pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. as it is baseball time in Braves country. Yes, sir. First pitch on the way is swung on and lifted high, deep into left field. Going back on the track, making the catch. Brian Reynolds one away. First pitch swinging once again. Talked about this before. He's become very predictable. Swings at the very first pitch of the first at bat. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is right there, first strike, it's 0-1. And when he does that, Edwards listening from Pembroke, Virginia, when he does that, he really puts the next batter in kind of a predicament. The 0-1, swing and a miss up top, it's 0-2. When you swing at that very first pitch, the next batter up is going to probably have to take the first pitch. You don't want a 3-pitch inning, so you don't want to paint the third hitter into a hole. The 0-2 is outside, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Pitch on the way, swung on, lifted high and deep down the right field line. Is it fair? It is fair. It's off the wall. Here comes Ozzie Albies. He's rounding first, heading to second, and it's a one-out double for your Atlanta Braves. That's how you do it. He just missed a home run. I'm assuming that blue part of the wall up there is still in play. There's some seats that are separated between the blue part of the wall and the scoreboard underneath, but I believe there's a fence there now, so that is a double. The first pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna is a swing and a miss up top. It's 0-1. It's very strange. You don't normally see, if the ball goes over seated fans, it's typically a home run, but it appears that there's a cage there now. The 0-1 pitch, down and away for a ball, it's 1-1. So a 1-1 count to Ozuna. Marcell trying to find a way to get Ozzie home. The 1-1. Down and away, sinker misses, 2-1. Marcell batting .318 on the year at 1030 OPS. That base hit by Ozzie raises his batting average to .268 and a 721 OPS. The 2-1 to Marcell. Kicks and fires. Swung on and dribbled over to first. Should be an easy play. It is. Connor Joe will step on the bag unassisted. So G3 in your scorecard, 2 down. On the play, Ozzie does move down to third, but not as big of a deal when you got 2 outs. So 2 down, and Matt Olson will step in. Righty-lefty. They've got the infield playing back almost on the grass into the right side of the infield. On the left side of the infield, all by his lonesome, is Triolo, the third baseman. Shortstop Cruz is just a few paces off from second. First pitch on the way to Olson is high and inside for a ball. It's 1-0. 96-mile-an-hour fastball. He'll throw a four-seam, a sinker, a cutter, a sweeper. Mix in a curve, and every great once in a while toss a change up there. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. Cutter up top. 1-1. That 96 you just saw from Keller, that's about as fast as he goes. He normally hits around mid-90s, 94, 95, that area. Then the 1-1. Curveball misses outside. 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Any kind of a pass ball, a balk, a wild pitch, an error, a base hit, anything would get the run home. Wind is blowing in from center. The 2-1 pitch swung on, lifted into right field. Should be playable. It is. The two outfielders almost collide, but making the catch is Oliveras to end the inning. Braves get one on, but can't get him in. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Who was at the door?
The UPS guy.
Why was he here? I haven't ordered anything in a while.
I know. That's why. He was concerned. Just wanted to make sure we were all right.
Braves Country Radio, everybody was asking for your pick all afternoon long, and you said I have to go on Braves Country Radio first to give my pick, and then I will tweet it out. Okay, so what is
this? What is this Braves Radio? I mean,
Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Your life is so dumb.
Bad food and overpriced drink had been sold at ballparks since the 1850s, but it took one very ambitious British-born caterer to turn concessions into an empire. Harry M. Stevens had begun his career hawking scorecards in the 1880s, all the while regaling the crowds with quotes from Byron and Shakespeare. By 1901, he was peddling hard-boiled eggs, ham sandwiches, ice cream, and slices of pie in stadiums from New York to Ohio. Then, one cold afternoon, when ice cream sales slowed at the Polo Grounds, he sent out for German sausages, which he put in long buns so fans could hold and eat them. He had made his greatest contribution to the game, introducing hot dogs to the ballpark.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio. Please like and subscribe today, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Your Atlanta Braves, nothing. Pirates, nothing. Bottom of the first inning. First pitch on the way from Ronaldo Lopez. Ray Lowe misses low with a four-seam fastball to Andrew McCutchen. It's 1-0. McCutchen, righty-righty matchup. 232 average. The 1-0. Pitches saw it off foul. It's 1-1. 738 OPS. McCutchen, 7 home runs on the year. So a 1-1 count. Here comes the pitch. Fastball right there for a strike. 95. Kisses the black on the outer edge. It's 1-2. The 1-2 from Lopez. Swung on, pops it up. High in the sky. Should be playable for Harris, coming in at center, running in. He'll make the catch. One away. Started off kind of slow and then had to pick up steam. That wind is pushing the ball back in from center field. That may have had a factor with it. It's actually a little closer to where Ozzie played than where Harris was coming from. But he calls everybody off. One down. One down, and Brian Reynolds comes to the plate. Reynolds, switch hitting left fielder, saw it off the 96-mile-an-hour fastball down the line. It's 0-1. Reynolds, drafted by the Giants in the second round in 2016 out of Vanderbilt. Part of those great Vanderbilt teams in the mid-20 teens. The 0-1. Fouls it back. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. We'll hit the out-of-town scoreboard here in a second. Couple of games already taken place. They're in the bottom of the 10th, and the Giants lead the Mets 7-2. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt, 1-2. Orioles 5, White Sox 3. That game is in the 8th. Twins and Rangers 5-3 Minnesota. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Raylo got him with the slider bending down below the kneecaps near his ankles. 2 away. Washington 1, Seattle nothing. That game is in the third. A's lead the Astros 2-0 in the bottom of the third. Royals 1-0 over Tampa. That game is in the third. First pitch on the way to Connor Joe is up high for a ball. It's 1-0. Brewers Red Sox scoreless in the second is the 1-0. Down away 2-0. Later on tonight, you got the Dodgers and Reds and Cubs and Cardinals. Those are your two national games on Fox at 7:15. Phillies and Rockies at 9:10 is the 2-0. Right there at the knees, 2-1. Phillies finally lost a game. Dropped one to the Rockies last night, so the Braves did not lose any ground. Tough task tonight, though. You got Hudson going to the hill versus Nola. Hudson has a 5.89 ERA. The 2-1 pitch swung on. That ball is going to get dropped into center field. Harris cuts it off, fires it back into the infield, keeps Joe to a 2-out single. Connor Joe had to hustle back to the bag. Ozzie flips it over there. He took a wide turn at first. Later on tonight, you also have Guardians and Angels, 9:38 Eastern. Yankees and Padres, 9:40. That's a good matchup. Marcus Stroman versus Dylan Cease. Diamondbacks host the Marlins at 10:10. Earlier today, the Tigers beat the Blue Jays 2-1. Reese Olson gets his first win of the year. He is a Georgia native. First pitch on the way from Ronaldo Lopez to O'Neal Cruz is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. Curveball down below the knees. 1-1. Ronaldo Lopez throws that four-seam fastball in the mid to high 90s 58% of the time. And he mixes in that slider about 29% of the time. Other than that, it's the curve and sometimes a changeup. The 97-mile-an-hour fastball is right down the pipe going down Main Street. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count, runner on first, 2 outs. The pitch on the way, in the dirt. Good take by Cruz, evens up the count 2-2. You got a 2-2 count. Lopez's 17th pitch of the day. Swung on, lifted high into right field. Should be Acuna. He's got it. That'll end the inning. So the Pirates put one on, but they can't get him across. We'll grab the bats. Arcia, Harris, and Tromp coming to the dish.
Look, dude, when we go in here, can you please just be normal? I am normal, dude. I'm normal. My actions are normal. Dude, I'm normal, man. Hold on, dude. Seriously, I gotta grab some t-shirts out of my car. They were on sale at Walmart for $1. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to sell them to some folks. No, you're not gonna sell t-shirts. T-shirts like the most normal shirt that there is. That doesn't make any sense. And I got them for $1, dude. I'm about to flip a hustle, dude. That's hustling ain't normal no more. Hustling is not normal at Nana's funeral. Nana would never say that.
If only the world was less like this.
I could use a smoke.
Hey, put that out!
And more like this.
I could use a smoke.
You murderer! I might have children one day!
If you're around a smoker, smokers may look relaxed and like they're having fun. Don't believe it. Vote yes on Proposition 421. Let's outlaw smoking everywhere, even in people's homes. Let's live in a world without smokers. Prohibition works. Let's prove it.
Armchair. Why is everybody mad when I ask their zodiac sign on the first date? They are like, oh, you're one of those? One of what? I simply asked your zodiac sign. Why is it such a big deal to tell me what it is? They act like I came from a psychic ward or something. It's giving Scorpio anyways.
Despite the ban, the Pythians became the first recorded all-black team to play a white team, the Philadelphia City Items, a group of newspapermen. The Pythians won 27-17. Their captain, Octavius Cato, was later killed in a Philadelphia race riot.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Orlando. Arcia is swung on and swatted back foul behind the plate. It's 0-1. Orlando batting .242, 5 home runs, 17 RBI, just a .670 OPS. The 0-1 right there for a strike. It's 0-2. This lineup becomes much longer on Monday when Riley and Murphy supposedly return. As the 0-2 pitch off the plate wide, 1-2. So 1-2, swing, check swing, fouls it down the line over the first base dugout, well out of play. We'll do it again. Braves nothing, Pirates nothing. The 1-2 dragged over to third, deep into the third base hole. Arcia is gonna beat it out with the hustling infield single. And your Atlanta Braves got something going here in the top of the second inning. I don't know what it is, but it seems like they're a little more alert in this game. I don't want to say they were half-assing it in the first game of this series, but they seem to almost, I don't know, kind of going through the motions the first few innings. This one seems just a little different. The first pitch on the way to Michael Harris' second. Swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. The main play I'll point to is when Harris got the ball from Connor Joe's single and got it into the infield, and Ozzie fired it back into first. That was a very alert defensive play on all ends. They're going to chase Arcia back to the bag. He just kind of dives over to first and touches the pillow well before the tag. Michael Harris is second, batting .255 with 5 home runs, 17 RBI, a .672 OPS. The 0-1 inside misses. They call it for an inside strike. 0-2. So the 0-2 count. High and out of the zone. 96 miles an hour, 1-2. Braves nothing, Pirates nothing. Top of the second inning if you're just joining us. As the 1-2, swing and a miss. Harris went fishing on that one. Nowhere near the zone. That sweeper was down around the back of his shoes in the batter's box. So 1 down. Once again, the wind's blowing in from left center into home plate. First pitch on the way to Jared Kelenic is swung on and slapped over into the outfield. A diving catch by Olivares will be F9. A really good defensive play. Robbed Kelenic of a single. 2 down. They had Tromp on your screen, but it was Kelenic at the plate. So 1 on, 2 outs. Chadwick Tromp now the batter. First pitch on the way to Chadwick is inside 95 miles an hour. It's 1-0. Once again, when they are on the road, I don't know what interns. You talk about half-assing it. The interns that do the Braves Bally's road games. The 1-0 pitch, swung on, grounded over towards short. Cruz has it, flips it to second, and that'll end the inning. So back-to-back innings, the Braves get the runner on. Back-to-back innings, we get nothing. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
On June 30th, 1996, the Los Angeles Dodgers are playing the Colorado Rockies Coors Field. The game included 7 lead changes, 38 hits, and 10 home runs. 11 pitchers made their way into the game, and all 11 of them gave up at least 1 run, and 5 of them suffered a blown save, a major league record. 14 of the 18 half innings saw a run cross the plate. The Dodgers hit 6 home runs, including 3 on back-to-back-to-back pitches in the second inning. Colorado Rockies second baseman Eric Young stole 6 bases. 3 of them came in the third inning when he stole second, third, and home. Speaking of stolen bases, there were 10 in the game. In the 7th, Steve Reed throws the last scoreless half inning on 7 pitches. With 2 outs and a runner on first in the 9th, the losing pitcher, Todd Worrell, had pitched twice in the series already and had not allowed a run in the series until that day. The winning pitcher, Bruce Ruffin, turned a 2-run lead into a 1-run deficit in his lone inning. The game took 4 hours and 20 minutes to complete. It was, at the time, the longest 9-inning game in National League history. 2.5 months later, Hideo Nomo would return to Coors Field, and he threw a no-hitter, the only one in Coors Field history.
On October 14th, 1992, the Pittsburgh Pirates were in Atlanta, facing the Braves in the 7th and deciding game of the National League Championship Series. With 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th, Pittsburgh led 2-1, but Atlanta had the bases loaded. A pinch hitter, Francisco Cabrera, who had had only 10 at-bats all season, was at the plate.
And now the Braves season hangs in the balance. He hacked at the 2-0, now the 2-1. Line drive and a base hit! Just as the score...
With the tying run in, most assumed that the runner on second, Sid Bream, hobbled by 5 knee operations, would be held at third. But the third base coach sent Bream anyway.
Bream to the plate! And he is safe! Safe at the plate! The Braves go to the World Series!
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Ronaldo Lopez goes back to work against the number 5 hitter Gonzalez. Nick Gonzalez takes one inside four-seam fastball near the rib cage. It's 1-0. Braves nothing, Pirates nothing. Bottom of the second inning. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and fists it foul behind home plate. 1-1. It appears that all the cloud coverage is gone. We're just going to get kind of a hazy, partly cloudy type of day going forward, which will be good for baseball. We had about a 25-minute rain delay as the 1-1 pitch is down and away 2-1. Same 2 teams back at it tomorrow. Early game on that one is the 2-1 pitch. Did he go around? They said that he did 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Righty. Caught, looking strike 3. 97, hot cheese on the outside part of the plate. Good night, Irene. 1 away. Gonzalez doesn't like it, but he dropped a dime right there. You get whiplash trying to keep up with that one. So 1 down. Oliveras, the right fielder, comes to the plate, pops up the first pitch he sees. High into right center field. Who wants it? Acuna's got it. 1 away. Or, excuse me, 2 away. 2 away. Washington 1, Seattle nothing. That game's in the top of the 4th. Williams on the bump for Washington. So we would most likely see him Thursday. He's been pretty good this year. Washington's pitching's been pretty good this year. First pitch on the way is a bending curveball, top of the zone for a strike. Might have been a touch high, but we'll take it. To Yasmani Grandal, the hind catcher, it's 0-1. Grandal batting .213, a .633 OPS. Righty-lefty, the pitch. 97, Bean off the plate. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Kicks and fires. Fastball right there at the knees. 96. Locomotive coming right down the line. It's 1-2. Lopez at 26 pitches. Bottom of the second inning. The 1-2. Swing, and slices that 97-mile-an-hour heat over towards the third base side. We'll do it again. You got a 1-2 count, righty-lefty. Lopez brings it. 96 way off the plate, wide, 2-2. He's missed with that fastball a few times out high and wide. About the third or fourth time that he's missed, but when he's gotten him in, man, he's hitting him right at the knees. The 2-2 pitch, curveball swung on, lifted into right center field, coming down, making the catch is Michael the Hawk Harris. He had a long way to go and a short time to get there. We're eastbound and down, headed to the third.
I got a raise today in medication dosage, but it's still a raise, so.
If I scroll past one more ad, you can be a nurse in so-and-so weeks. I live in Florida. I can be a nurse for free in just a couple days, man.
Hey, did y'all hear about that lady that poked her boyfriend 108 times because she was in a cannabis-induced psychosis? What? Listen, I smoke the best of the best of the best, sir, and never. I have a prescription. Mine's from the government. It's the best of the best, okay? Never have I slipped into a psychosis. She said she took 2 hits from the good old Billabong. Now, I've taken too many hits from the Billabong, and never have I slipped into a psychosis. A coma, maybe, if you take too many. You ain't able to get off the couch. And do you know how much energy it takes to 108 times? What kind of weed were you smoking? PCP?
History began on July 4th, 1776. Everything before that was a mistake.
Hey, has anybody else thought to themselves how the hell we ain't ran out of phone numbers yet? Or was it just me?
On September 6th, 1995, 5 months after the strike had ended, the Orioles faced the California Angels in Baltimore. Tickets for this game had been sold out for months. After 4.5 innings of play, the game was official. Cal Ripken had played in 2,131 consecutive games. It would be 3 more years before he finally took a day off. By then, Cal Ripken had played in 2,632 straight games.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Turning out to be a beautiful day at PNC Park. Cloud coverage, but all in all, we avoided the raindrops, and after a 25-minute delay, we're back to work. The first pitch on the way, top of the third inning, to Zach Short is inside, down, called for a strike. It's 0-1. Does appear like home plate umpire Wendelstedt's going to be calling the low strike today. Looking at his numbers, that's kind of his MO. He will give you much more leeway north and south than east and west. The 1-1 swung on, chopped foul down the third baseline. It's 1-2. We do have available off the bench today Joey Wendell, Travis d'Arnaud is the 1-2 pitch. Sweeper misses outside wide, 2-0. And Adam Duvall. d'Arnaud would typically only come in via injury or maybe extra innings. So a 2-2 count. Pitch on the way, swung on, slice foul it out of play. We'll do it again. They typically don't want the catcher who's going to catch tomorrow, the day game, doing any kind of catching work the day before. The 2-2 swung on, lifted into right center field. Making the catch, drifting over, is the right fielder, Olivares. He's been busy today, 1 down. So 1 down, and that'll bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate. The first time up, just a 1 pitch out, but he did give that ball a ride. And he has had much success against Mitch Keller, 3 home runs lifetime. First pitch on the way to Acuna is a 96-mile-an-hour fastball, 4-seamer. I guess that was high, 1-0. Looks like Wendelstedt's calling it much more low than high today, the 1-0. Cutter down and away, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Keller, by the way, is at 33 pitches. Here with 1 out in the third. Righty, the pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's lifted into center field. But lazy fly ball will drop into the glove of the center fielder, Bay. 2 down. Ji-Won Bae, 24-year-old out of Korea. He's been with the Pirates since 2022. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is a curveball, well off the plate, wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Ozzie doubled his first time up. Atlanta Braves, first hit of the day, the 1-0. Another curveball, misses wide and high, 2-0. Righty-lefty, open stance, the 2-0. Up high, whoa. That pitch was high and out of the zone, called for a strike. Wendelstedt, he's spotting dimes and eating onions over there. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, and fouls it back. Evens up the count, 2-2. I mean, he has been all over the board so far with his strike calls. The 2-2. Inside, down and in, 3-2. So a 3-2 count. There was a ball in that same area. Now, granted, it was to the right-hand hitter, but in that same area, but much lower, and it was called a ball. The 3-2. Caught looking, strike 3. Looked like that might have grabbed the inside paint. Ozzie doesn't like what he's seeing from Wendelstedt. Can't say I blame him. He's being extremely inconsistent. We'll be back in a flash. Le'Veon Bell, he put out a single for people to listen to on Twitter of a rap album that he's really proud of. He asked for people to critique it. Keenan Allen, the receiver of the Chargers, came back with the trash emoji. And what's even better, and I can't do it justice because we're on radio, you've got to see the video. The video that he put up. Oh, my God. It's like the most funny and exciting thing I have ever seen because it's like really bad late 80s, early 90s rap video. But anyways, it's staged almost like black and white. He's like under a bridge somewhere where there's like a bonfire going.
Hard times.
So like, yeah.
Hard times.
You know, hard times for a guy making millions.
He can relate.
But the funniest part is when he's got the hoodie on, he's doing poses and stuff like that and kind of jiving around. And then out of nowhere, sorry, I can't get it out. He comes up from under the screen. So in other words, like
from the Muppets or something?
Almost like the Muppets.
When you see just the figure just come straight up.
Yes, the gig comes straight up while he's also in the background. It's like the worst thing put together ever. I don't know how to edit a video. We could do better than this, I'm telling you.
Who's the director, Pouncy?
Armchair.
In past years, the White Sox may have been worried about being caught by the powerful Yankees. But this season, they were simply too fast to catch, as Chicago finished ahead of New York and second place Cleveland.
It's a great thing for us to beat the Yankees. It's nice that we beat Cleveland, was to come in second, but to beat the Yankees was number one.
And finally, the Sox ended 40 years of futility when they captured the American League pennant.
There's the ground ball. Aparicio has a step on second, throws to first. The ball game's over. The White Sox are the champions of 1959. A 40-year wait has now ended.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Triolo. The right-hander scorches it down the left field line. That's going to be a leadoff double for the third baseman here in the bottom of the third inning. He was sitting dead red on that pitch. It just got a little bit too much of the plate, and he was able to slap it by a diving Zach Short just under his glove. So that'll bring up Bay to the plate. Gian Bay takes the first pitch, curveball down and in for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1, righty-lefty, pitch on the way. Fastball misses outside. 96, 1-1. G1 Bay, career batting average of 238. OPS of 623, the 1-1. Misses high and out of the zone. 2-1. Definitely not a guy you want to be tiptoeing around. Standing on deck is Andrew McCutchen. The 2-1 from Lopez. Swing and lifts it high down the left field line. Will it stay in play? Giving chases Kelnick. It'll bend just out of play into the seats that jet out towards the corner of left field. 2 strikes. So a 2-2 count. Sun coming up bright right now. The 2-2 pitch swung on, lifted into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. That will easily score the runner. Pirates lead at 1-0. RBI single by Bay, just kind of a weakly hit ball. Hit it on the edge of the bat and dropped it in between second and short. But it'll look like a hot shot in the scorecards. Pirates lead 1-0. So 1 on, 1 out. First pitch on the way to Trump is in the dirt. He jumps up to look Bay back. Bay in 123 games does have 28 stolen bases. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Slider off the edge, 1-1. Braves infield back into the left. The 1-1 from Lopez. Kicks and fires, fastball. And the ball comes flying out of Trump's hands as Bay steals second with ease. He didn't get the grace of jumps, but Chadwick Trump jumped up and the ball just couldn't get a handle on it. I don't know if he would have gotten him or not, but Bay didn't look like he'd gotten a great jump. He just has really good speed. The 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the slider off the edge. 1 away. So 1 down. You make the argument with Lopez and Trump on the at-bat with Bay. They were so concerned as the first pitch on the way to Reynolds is a slider off the edge for a ball. It's 1-0. They were so concerned with trying to keep the runner from moving from second to third with there's no outs in the inning that I think they got a little too cute, and that's how Bay was able to sneak that shot by. The 1-0 pitch swung on, grounded hard over to Ozzie. He'll get it, flip it over to first, and it's a 4-3 put out, 2 away. And I get that, you know, the strategy behind that, but at the same time, when it's early in the game like that, go after those weak-hitting batters, get your outs, and you'll prevent a crooked run from getting up on the board. So 2 down, and now they're Connor Joe, the number 3 hitter for the Pirates, stands in. Joe, first pitch on the way, slider off the edge. It's 1-0. Connor Joe, 1 for 1 on the day. Hit a single into right center field his first time up. Righty, the pitch. Fastball just grabs the top of the zone. Kisses it high. It's 1-1. Seattle and Washington are tied up at 1 in the 5th. I believe that was Julio Rodriguez that just went yard. Could be mistaken. The 1-1. Swung on, grounded over towards short. Arceus got it, slips, fires, gets him out at first. A 6-3 put out by the vacuum. The Magic Kingdom will send us to break. We'll grab the bats, heading to the top of the 4th, trailing by only 1.
Never make a shopping list. Just forget half of the you were supposed to get. Be a man.
Hello, these are the worst things my wife has done since Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift started dating. Number 1, she wants to watch the game. She has no concern over which team wins or how the game is played. She just wants to show me pictures of Taylor in the box or talk about what they're going to do after the season's over or where he's going to join her on tour. Number 2, she's learning. Now, normally, I am all for people expanding their minds, except when it is to just hurt my feelings. Like, for instance, she learned the other day that Travis Kelce's position is called the tight end. She asked when I played football, was my position called the little flat end? Not only was this hurtful, but it was a sweet chirp. Number 3, she gave me a nickname. Travis Kelce has many nicknames, one of them being the Big Yeti. When my wife learned this, she started calling me the Big Spaghetti, saying that I look like I eat more pasta than he does. Another sweet chirp. Damn you, woman. And number 4, she gets mad when I don't remember things I don't know. Not only is my wife obsessed with Travis and Taylor, she's also obsessed with the entire Kelce family. She asked me the other day when she couldn't recall what Jason Kelce's oldest daughter's name was. And finally, she asked if the losing team in the Super Bowl gets any bowl at all.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Today ain't the day for a hoe to try me.
Laborers leave the shade and quiet of a shop for the sun and fury of a ball ground. They stand and they exercise for hours. They attest that they mean to be men and not machines. Athletic games carry men back to their days of childhood. There is indeed, morally, a home base in all of them, as there is literally in baseball.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Marcell Ozuna takes the first pitch inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Down and away, curveball misses, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Braves trail 1-0. Bit of a delay, some kind of a debris on the field. I believe it was a ball tossed into the stands for the fans. So we'll go back to it. That wasn't a timeout on the pitcher or the batter on that one. The 2-1 from Keller. Swing, and that ball's lifted into left center field, making a diving catch. Wow. Bay had to lay out for that one. That ball was scalded towards the gap. And he just gets there in time. That was a heck of a catch by Ji-Hwan Bae. That'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Matt Olson takes the first pitch and hammers it into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And your Atlanta Braves got something cooking here in the top of the 4th inning. Runner on first, one out. Orlando Arcia coming to the plate. They've got some good swings on Keller. First pitch on the way is 90 at the top, misses high, but called for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Righty, pitch on the way, swung on, lifted high into center field. Lazy fly ball into the glove of Bay. 2 down. Arcia looks surprised every time he opens wide open and then gets underneath the pitch. Still don't quite understand him batting in front of Harris versus righties, and then it seems like they do it the exact opposite versus lefties. It's odd. First pitch on the way to Harris is curveball on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. I guess they're trying to prevent the lefty, trying to bust it up lefty-righty down the line. The 0-1. Kicks and fires, swing, and that ball is slapped into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. We've got runners on first and second. 2 outs. The tying run is now in scoring position. Jared Keltnick coming to the plate. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. Jared Keltnick, who had a single stolen from him in right field the first time up. First pitch is a sweeper down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. We're coming to the end of the second time through the lineup. These guys should have a pretty good idea of what they're seeing. Chadwick Tromp stands on deck. So keep that in mind. They could be pitching around Keltnick. The 1-0. Swing, and that ball is slapped down the left field line. Just foul. A little behind on that pitch. The way that ball left the bat, was hoping that was one of those ones that's going to drop fair, even though you don't realistically earn the base hit. So a 1-1 count, the pitch. Swung on, hit hard on the right side. That's going to get down for a base hit. Here comes Matt Olson. He's coming around. He scores, and your Atlanta Braves have tied it up 1-1. Good piece of hitting by Keltnick. Same thing he did in the first time up. Took an inside curveball and hammered it into right field. This time, got over it a little bit and kept it down, and it went right between the 4-3 hole. Good piece of hitting. That throw to home plate was a little closer than I thought it was. As the first pitch to Tromp, swinging a miss coming out of his shoes. It's 0-1. When the hind catcher, Grandal, got the ball, Olson's foot was just hitting home plate. The 0-1. Swung on, chopped over towards second. Should be easy play. 4-3 put out, and that'll end the inning. But not for your Atlanta Braves. Put one on the board. We're tied up in Pittsburgh. We'll be back in a flash. Raylo goes back to work.
Heavenly Father, we thank you tonight for all your blessings. You said in all things give thanks. So we want to thank you tonight. Thank you for the Dodges and the Toyotas. Thank you for the Fords. And most of all, Lord, I want to thank you for my smoking hot wife. In Jesus' name, boogity, 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 amen.
Okay, so look, this vehicle that I'm sitting in could burst into flames and burn down around me, and it'd just be me, the seat, and steering wheel left, and I'd be like, oh, gotta get a new whip, you know. But I wouldn't flip out. But if you put whipped cream on my vanilla shake at McDonald's, I'm tearing the golden arches off this building. Because why is it on there? I know I said don't put it on there, and I know that because I was standing here when I told you not to put it on there. Corey, your house is burning to the ground. It will be no more if you don't stop it. Oh, my house is a bit of a sometimes, I'm not gonna lie. It's cool, I'll rebuild. But if I step in water with my socks on, oh my...
The Indians were confident, outspoken, and quick to remind Atlanta that they had lost both World Series they had played. But thanks to their superb pitching, Atlanta won 3 out of the first 5 games. In Game 6, Bobby Cox sent Tom Glavine out to try to secure the Braves' first World Series title since 1957, when they were in Milwaukee. Atlanta fans who had booed Glavine unmercifully on opening day for being a player representative cheered him on as he went to work on Cleveland's powerful lineup. Glavine pitched away from batters all night, continually locating his fastballs and changeups along the outside edges of the plate. He allowed just 1 hit in 8 innings. David Justice's solo home run in the 6th was all the scoring the Braves would need.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Ronaldo Lopez will go back to work. Bottom of the 4th inning, 1-1 your score. Lopez at 44 pitches through 3. The first pitch to O'Neal Cruz is a swing and a miss strike. Slider down and in, it's 0-1. The 0-1 kicks and fires. Down below the knees, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. 4-seam fastball. Misses outside, 2-1. Braves 1, Pirates 1. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's fouled back out of play. Evens up the count, 2-2. O'Neal Cruz will take his allotted timeout. Righty lefty. The pitch on the way. In the dirt, 3-2. You got a full count. Lopez kicks and fires in the dirt, nowhere near the zone. Ball 4. So Cruz will lead off with the walk. That always spells trouble. O'Neal Cruz four stolen bases this year. Keep an eye on that. Nick Gonzalez comes to the plate. Righty matchup. The first pitch to Gonzalez is nowhere near the zone. Slider misses. 1-0. Tromp and Lopez out there nibbling, working themselves into a jam. So a 1-0 count. Swing and fouls it back 97 miles an hour up top, 1-1. If it turns into the battle of the bullpens, the Braves do have the upper hand. Braves with the number 4 bullpen in all of baseball. Number 2 in the National League, just behind the Dodgers. The 1-1 swung on, lifted high into right field, going back on the track. It is off the wall. Acuna taking forever to get the ball and get it back in. Flips it back in, and O'Neal Cruz will score. It's going to be a double, but it really should be, a triple standing on third, but I would think you're going to give an error to Acuna. Really should have been, honest engine. That was a terrible defensive play once again by Ronald Acuna Jr. Ball almost left the building. And then Acuna kind of fumbled it around a little bit, and that enabled runner to get to third. First pitch on the way, it swung on and hammered into the left. Here comes the throw by Kelenic. He airmails it. Good Lord. It's 3-1. Kelenic did not have his body weight underneath him. He launched that ball, I don't know, 10 feet over the head of the catcher. Snicker is looking to see if maybe Gonzalez tagged left early. I don't see the replay until the first pitch on the way to Grandal is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The replay didn't show anything because the camera work was pretty bad, and all you saw was them fixating on Kelenic. There was not a wide shot that was shown. The 1-0 lifted high into left field, going back, making the catch is Jerry Kelenic. 2 away. So 2 down. Looks like they did give an error to Ronald Acuna Jr., as they should. They're calling that an earned run right now, but it'll most likely take off the board. If Lopez can keep him here. First pitch on the way to Triolo is inside. Slider misses. It's 1-0. Triolo hammered a double down the line his first time up. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. Slider over the top. 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Pitch on the way. Fastball right there at the knees. 1-2. Pittsburgh 3, Atlanta 1. The 1-2. Well off the plate wide. 1-2. 2-2, excuse me. So a 2-2 count. The pitch. Nowhere near the zone. Full count. The 3-2 from Lopez. Swing and pops it up high over towards first. Will it stay in play? Also to make the catch, and that'll end the inning. But not before Lopez coughs up a couple with the help of the defensive error by Acuna.
It's not that hard, Scott. Tell him, Wash.
It's incredibly hard.
Babe, do you like my nails like this? Or do you think I need to make them longer?
Do you want the truth or the husband answer?
Why do you have to be such a smartass?
Do you want the truth or the husband answer?
I know you're gonna piss me off. Give me the husband answer.
It looks amazing the way it is. Love it.
Thank you. Give me the truth.
Thank you.
Little gamesmanship here. Davey Johnson just came out of the dugout and confiscated Alex Rodriguez's bat. Ken Griffey Jr. just flipped Rodriguez his bat. Say, here, use mine.
We have learned that the president did indeed tell Ken Starr that he had an inappropriate relationship with Monica Lewinsky. That was expected.
To a country transfixed by the revelation that the president had cheated on his wife and lied about it, Mark McGuire and Sammy Sosa provided a welcome distraction.
In baseball, it's not always true what Mae West said when she said, too much of a good thing is wonderful.
Steve Wilstein, a reporter covering McGuire for the Associated Press, broke a story that cast doubt on the legitimacy of the home run chase.
You know, I was standing by McGuire's locker in St. Louis, waiting for him to come out of the shower. And there were about a dozen or more reporters there. And these are open stalls. And on his top shelf, he's got a picture of his son. And there's also this bottle of something I didn't know. And I wrote down the name of it, and I just, in my notes, spelled out androstenedione.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way to Zach Shorts, high and out of the zone for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves trail 3-1. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Swung on, lifted high into right center field, making the catch. On the run is Bay. He's been extremely busy today. 1 away. One down, and we flip back over to the top of the order. Braves have gotten some solid swings on Keller at the top of the lineup, just haven't gotten a lot of them to fall. First pitch on the way to Acuna is 93 inside, 1-0. The 1-0 to Ronnie. Pitch on the way. Grabs the top of the zone supposedly called by Hunter Wenstott. Evens up the count 1-1. The 1-1. That one did grab the zone. Sweeper taken all the way 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Righty, pitch on the way. Swinging. That ball's hit hard on the ground. On his knees, making a diving stab is Triolo, but Ronald Acuna Jr. hustles down the line this time, and he's in for a 1-out infield single. Not much of a chance of him being able to get him from one knee. Triolo just put it in his pocket. The ball got bobbled at the beginning, and then I think even if he gets it out, throwing off with one knee fading away, that's going to be, at best case scenario, an infield single. Worst case, he could have thrown that into the dugout. First pitch to Ozzie is swung on and popped up, giving away another at bat, and that'll be a quick out number 2. 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and he was fading back. I'd have to go back and compare him, but I swear it seems like Acuna is standing well off the plate compared to where he was last year. And I don't know if it's because he's gotten hit so many times, he's gotten very timid. And it could just be my imagination, but it seems like he is standing like 7 feet off the plate, is having to dive at the ball. Marcell Ozuna will come to the plate. He represents the tying run. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch from Keller. Way outside wide. Acuna goes. Do they have him? They do not. He steals second base with ease. One thing that has not slumped with Ronald Acuna Jr. is his speed. Acuna, 16th stolen base on the year. Head first slide. He had a really good jump. The 1-0 pitch to Ozuna is down below the knees for ball 2-0, excuse me. Acuna dancing back and forth back there at second. I mean, I don't really see the advantage to stealing third unless you're just trying to pad stats. The 2-0, 2 out, the pitch. Swung on, slapped towards left field, going back on the track, making the catch at the wall. Standing on the warning track with his back against the wall for a loud out number 3. Good Lord, that was close.
Pretty old man.
Yeah, I'm 30 years older than you are. Had my back broke once and my hip twice. And on my worst day, I could beat the hell out of you.
I don't think so.
You will.
Do y'all realize that when your man tells you you're beautiful without makeup on, that he really means it? Do you realize that when he tells you he loves seeing you in a baggy t-shirt and messy hair, that he really means it? Sure, he loves seeing you all done up and dolled up, makeup on, cute outfit, ready to go out, but that's for the whole world to see. Only he gets to see you in your raw form, and he fell in love with that. He chooses to love you in all forms. Your spouse is the only person who chooses to love you for who you are. Your parents love you because you're their child. Your children love you because you're their parent. Do not take a good love and a good spouse for granted because it is truly rare.
Androstenedione was marketed as a nutritional supplement. Because it raised testosterone levels, it would eventually be classified as an anabolic steroid. But thanks to government deregulation, it was sold over the counter.
I remember thinking, how do you spell androstenedione? We knew nothing about a drug like that. It was very new on the radar. And I remember looking it up and not really understanding what the heck is this. I can't say there was a complete surprise. There had been rumors out there, and of course McGuire denied it, said he knew nothing about it, but this was something tangible. This was a bottle of something in that locker, something that should have made us question a little deeper. Well, what does it do, and what is going on outside of just that one locker? Because certainly he couldn't be the only person.
Andro, as it was called, had already been banned by the National Football League and International Olympic Committee, and General Nutrition Centers had pulled it from their shelves 2 months earlier. But Major League Baseball said they didn't know anything about it and had no rule against its use.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way from Ronaldo Lopez to Bay. He's right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Righty lefty, the 0-1 swung on, ball hammered into right field, making a jumping catch is Acuna just before the warning track went away. Kind of misplayed it, got turned around, then had to hop. He went to his left and realized the ball was going towards his right, spun around. I don't know if he needed a hop, but he did get up that catch on the hop. So one down, and McCutchen comes in. First pitch on the way to McCutchen is sawed off, foul and out of play. It's 0-1. Rays and Royals tied at 2 in the 6th. The 0-1 swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep. Going back on the track. Making a leaping catch at the wall is Michael the Hawk Harris. Holy cow. Ronaldo Lopez is getting pounded today. There's been a couple of really good defensive plays, but none better than that one. Starting to think that was going to carry out of the building. So 2 down. Pitch on the way to Reynolds is a four-seam fastball in, way off the plate. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. Nowhere near the zone. Curveball misses. 2-0. Since Lopez has not gotten those extra days of rest like he got at the beginning of the year, as the 2-0 pitch, down below the knees, four-seam fastball, ball 3-0. He's really been getting hit much harder. You wonder if they're going to try to go back to that, try to get him the 5 days rest, sometimes 6. 3-0 pitch, swung on, slapped into right field. That's down for a base hit. So 1 on and 2 out, and that'll bring Connor Joe to the plate. Lopez at 70 pitches here in the 5th. So still low enough he can get out of this. Running back out there for the 6th inning. And are you kidding me? They're bringing out another rain delay? Well, they are. Acuna's trying to wave off the rain delay. I don't blame him. Look at the radar here. You almost wonder if this is shenanigans. Bottom of the 5th inning. There's no actual rain being dropped right now on the field. And it looks like we're going into a rain delay. I'm going to check the weather at PNC Park right now. So a little while ago, they were saying it was just going to be partly cloudy. Now they're showing possible thunderstorms. And if there's much of a delay, that'll about do it for us because we got things that we're doing tonight. So we'll see. We'll see what kind of shenanigans they are up to. We'll keep the feet up for a little while, y'all. We're heading to a rain delay, it looks like. Braves trail 3-1 in the 5th. They would still... Technically, the game could get called because of rain. We'll be back if they come back, if it's in a timely manner. We will head to break and keep an eye on the weather. Rain delay in Pittsburgh. Really, a lot of it will have to do with how many folks are still tuned in as well. We're going to head to a rain delay, and Pittsburgh leads 3-1. Technically, they could dip out with the rain out. We'll be back when they come back. All right, let's do it today. I thought this would be a good topic when you start talking about a lot of things in the world of baseball. One of the biggest arguments that I get or hear as well in conversations I'm not even involved in, but I listen to a lot of sports talk radio. I consume a lot of sports talk in general, whether it's television or radio. And there is always this misconception, or the perception is wildly off on how popular baseball is. I hear this more and more from younger folks in the sports talk industry, and I do believe that a lot of it has to do with they're buying into the narrative that they have heard repeatedly on outlets like ESPN and other entities that are trying to push baseball aside because they didn't go all in and spend the money to put baseball on their networks. So they're trying to push it down. I really do. It's a form of almost like the common term now, shadow banning. It's a form of that where they are putting it down because they don't want you to think it's cool anymore, right? The numbers show otherwise. If you look through the numbers over every year, from year to year, the last several years, it's actually gotten more popular. But the misbelief that the NBA is more popular than baseball is just wildly wrong. And it's even gotten more popular over the last few years and growing. And some of it had to do with the fact that the NBA did more to ruin their brand than I would say it was baseball building their brand. I think a lot of folks that used to watch some NBA and a lot of baseball have tuned out, and now they're spending more time watching Major League Baseball. Some of it has been because baseball's taken measures to try to improve the game. Pace of play. The clock, right? Also, things like, and I always thought this was very interesting, when I first started hearing the conversations of banning the shift, the clock, et cetera, just like a lot of other purists, I dug my heels in. And then I got to thinking about it, and then I would listen to their reasonings for it. And I realized that all along, it was actually a pretty smart, innovative move to do what they were doing. First off, I thought they were playing follow the leader, but instead, what baseball was trying to do more than anything else with the pitch clock and the banning of the shift was one major thing. They don't realistically care about how long a game takes. Sure, it's great when these games end early, and it's funny now because over just a short time period, we're getting spoiled with these games that are typically lasting, let's be honest, most major league games are now lasting. Your expectations of a major league game now is around 2.5 hours. Sometimes it's a little less, and sometimes it's a little more, but that's pretty much where we're at. That's where it was when I was a kid. That's why it was so wildly popular. People would complain about it in the 80s and into the early 90s about how much longer you spent watching a football game than a baseball game. And, of course, the argument was always, what? Well, it's easy to say that now in retrospect, but the argument was always, well, but baseball's played every day. Football you're spending once a week. Now, nowadays, you're watching a lot more football than we ever consumed. Football now is on every single night, whether it's college, whether it's pro. You can watch the game of football just about every night during the fall. And there are pockets where it is every night. There's the Tuesday night whack game, or not whack, Mac game. There's usually some random Wednesday game, and they're talking more and more about putting the NFL on a Wednesday. They're putting the NFL on Black Friday now. They're putting obviously the Thursday night game. So, and then of course college football, and college football is on Friday. It's on Thursday. It's on Saturday. The Tuesdays, you got the Sunday night football for the NFL. You got the Monday night football. It's wall-to-wall on Sunday. So nowadays that argument no longer stands. Well, you only watch football once a week. No, it's being watched. It's being played every day, and most games are lasting. The college game, though they're trying to change some measures, that thing's 3.5 to 4 hours. The NFL game's around 3.5 hours, sometimes a little less. But the big thing with baseball was they didn't care how long the game was when they started these measures. What they were saying is, we want more action. We want to be the anti-NFL, and for kind of a same thing, although it's not the same reasoning, the NBA doesn't have a lot of action anymore. If you look at the game of basketball, it's chuck a deep three. It either hits or it doesn't hit. Then they dribble the ball up the court, might pass it around once or twice and chuck another one. And that's not the action that we grew up. When you were a kid watching basketball, I grew up watching and playing it and falling in love with that sport at the time because there was a lot of action. There was always the ball trying to be pushed down towards the hole, and movement and screens. There was a lot of things that they don't do now today. Now it's more they just stand around. With baseball, you put that pitch clock in, so you're speeding up the time in between pitches, but also there's less strikeouts. Now, you still have the strikeouts, but as we go further and further into this, you're going to start seeing these guys in Major League Baseball and in the front office who makes the decisions on who to sign, right? They're starting to value more guys that put the ball in play because the shift has been banned. If you value a guy that puts the ball in play, a guy like Luis Arias of the Marlins becomes much more valuable because he's putting the ball in play and he's making sure that the defense is paying the price for any kind of shift that they do. There's a lot of guys that you can point to that around the league, but you're starting to see it, and you'll see it even more as this goes along. So before we got into why baseball is still America's pastime here on the Once Upon a Pastime series, I wanted to kind of lay the groundwork of the fact that you hear that it's not is wildly wrong. Major League Baseball is still the second most popular sport in America. It's the most consumed. It's the second most viewed. The only reason why it's the most consumed over the NFL is because there's more games played, right? But as far as the consumption and the ratings and whatnot, it's still number 2. It's not particularly close. I know a lot of folks in the South think that college football would be. It's not. College football is very popular, but you got to realize that unless you're in the South or in the Big Ten country, it's not as popular as you think it is. I've lived all over, and it really threw me for a loop when I lived in New York City for a small period of time and in the state of New York, and was shocked, like, man, y'all really don't care about college football, do you? Nah, I could care less. But the minute you start talking about college football, the first thing they'll come back at you with is they are paying attention to the draft. They are paying attention to who their Jets and Giants are drafting, and what do I think of this guy? He played at this school. But they just, if you live in the Northeast, because the college football teams are not that good up there, typically, they don't have the dominance of the Southern football and the Midwest football, there's not a lot of interest. I remember I worked with a guy out on Long Island, huge sports fan. This guy loved sports, him and his brother. His brother, you could not get to watch a college football game. He, on the other hand, followed Penn State, but it wasn't a passion. Now, they were huge Giants fans. Knew everything about them. Never met. I mean, they were consuming. This is right around the time podcasts were becoming relevant, and they were starting to indulge themselves in that. But they were all about sports talk radio. Where could they get more information? Reading up on it online. Da 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 da. And of course, they were baseball fans. And when you realize how big of a population is up there in the Northeast, this is why baseball and football, professional football, are king. I guess maybe if you were ranking it, you've got a 1A and a 1B. Although I'm willing to concede that the NFL is 1 and Major League Baseball is 2. The great thing about baseball and its consumption and why people love it, very little of the season overlaps into the National Football League. So this is your springtime sport. This is your summer sport. This is what you love during those summer months. It is America's pastime. It is still everyone's favorite sport to pass the time. I will concede that America's passion is the National Football League. And there's a lot of reasonings for that. Though baseball is the number 2 most bet on, gambled on sport in America. I was about to say sporting event, but sport in America. They're sporting events. The National Football League still dwarfs it because everybody thinks that they can beat the books. And I'm going to tell you right now, newsflash, the books are going to get you in the NFL. If you are betting primarily National Football League, I guarantee you, no matter what you say and what you do and what you put out there, you have a losing record. We have a winning record on our betting over the last 8 years. We're up over 60%. And one of the reasons why is because most of our bets are not pointed towards the NFL. We bet baseball and we bet college football The NFL, their handicappers are the best handicappers in the world. So if you're out there gambling, you think you're going to beat the books of the NFL, you're not. You're just not. You can get some good intel from time to time, and you can get on a hot streak. But if that is the only sport you're betting, I guarantee you over time, no matter how good you are, you will lose. Even the big-time high rollers in Las Vegas who sports gambling is their living, and they're making big money. They're making most of their money, most of their winning percentages are cushioned by the NFL during the NFL offseason. They have either picked up on college basketball, they have either gone into Major League Baseball, and there are some that have some success with the NBA. There's a lot of reasons why the NBA is very NHL, but the National Football League, it's rigged. Not in the way that all these tinfoil hat folks will tell you that it's rigged. That, oh man, it's predetermined. You can't predetermine. You cannot predetermine a major sporting event, a team sport like football, baseball, the way you can pro wrestling. You can't do it. There's too many moving parts. And those guys make way too much money to be able to afford nowadays to get them to tank. Because they're like, what am I going to do? I'm going to get kicked out of the league, and then there goes all my deals and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You might be able to get to one here and there, but when I say it's rigged, I mean it's rigged because the house has professionals that are breaking it down to the half point to be able to beat the suckers out there, right? And it's fun to bet on football. I'll never say that it's not. Hell, I do it. But it's much more of a crapshoot. So, with all that being said, the reason why football is so popular is because people still think that they can beat it. There's also the fantasy football aspect. Let's not ignore that. Fantasy football has exploded the NFL. I think it would still be very, very popular and still be number one regardless, but fantasy football has made it even more popular. There are people that I know that don't watch any sports, but they play the hell out of fantasy football. There's a lot of reasonings for that, but that's a different show for a different day. But baseball is still the pastime. Football is the passion, especially professional football. College football, south of the Mason-Dixon, east of the Mississippi. But professional football is still going to be king. Baseball everywhere is the pastime. It doesn't matter what state you're in because you played Little League. Your kids are playing Little League. You've got minor league teams in your area. Do any of you have a minor league football team? No. There's very few of those in the U.S. Baseball is still a sport that you can go out and play a pickup game with your friends. Or you can play a watered-down version of it, right? Slow pitch softball, wiffle ball. But you can still go out and play that game, and that's why it'll always be America's pastime. Football, you reach a certain age, you're like, this is not smart to be out here tackling each other. Not only could we get injured, you're going to feel it for weeks. So it's still the most relaxing game to just pick up and play with friends. It's still the most relaxing game to consume. And that goes to whether you are consuming it, watching it on TV, going to the game, or still my favorite, just listening to it on the radio. I have a passion for doing play-by-play because I love listening to if I catch a good broadcast, a good radio broadcast of any baseball game, it doesn't matter if I'm a fan of the team or not, I can listen to it. Because it's the only sport that lets the game breathe during the actual game itself. You'll get the pitch, and even with the pitch clock, even today with the pitch clock, I was a little concerned that it was going to be too much. I would still love an extra 5 seconds in between pitches although I say that now, I've gotten so used to the rhythm that it is, I think I might get impatient. I'm starting to get to where I'm getting impatient with the guys. When there's a runner on base and a guy is taking it all the way down to the 1 second, 2 second mark, I'm in my head, I'm like, let's go, hurry up. But the point I'm trying to make is I didn't think that the broadcast would breathe. I didn't think I thought going into the season, I was a little concerned you'd get in there, you'd be doing the game, and you'd be saying something to the effect of, and here's the 2-2 pitch, and then after that pitch is made, he's grabbing the ball and is immediately going back in the pitch. Like, there's no way to let the game breathe and talk to the listeners about other things. What scores are going on out of town? What's, anything that you might bring up. I always have a little list for topics. And then, of course, one of my favorite things to do during my broadcast is the turn back time stuff. The birthdays too, but the turn back time stuff is. So it's things like that when you consume a radio broadcast, you can turn a radio broadcast on a summer day and be out by the water. However that affects you, whether you're at the pool, whether you're on the lake, you're at the beach, maybe you're just sitting in your backyard and soaking your feet in a little kiddie pool with the sprinklers on. However you consume water and sunshine, or a warm southern night, warm summer night, and the crickets are chirping in the background, and the dogs are running around, and you've got a baseball game on. You're not worried about staring at something. You're not worried about you're listening to the game. To me, that's still to me, to this day, it will always be the best way to consume a baseball game is the radio broadcast. I am like a lot of other people. I do not like the television broadcasts. They're usually terrible. And it's not all their fault. They've been trained that way. They've been told, do not talk too much. Let the pictures tell the story. And that's fine in a football game, because there's a lot of collisions and whatnot. And you can always look up. It's funny when you were growing up, you would always, I can remember my dad and my grandfather telling everyone to keep it down, because the only way for them to find out if someone was injured or how badly someone was injured when they were taken off a college football field, which was their favorite sport, was you were waiting for the sideline reporter to tell you. There was no Twitter. Nowadays, I don't worry about it as much. Give it 5 or 10 minutes, and you go to said team's reporter, and there's usually something up there. But in a football game, I don't even worry about listening to the game anymore. I really don't. It's a lot of fluff, but with baseball, the radio guys they're still good. There's some that are obviously better than others. But I will take a warm southern night in the summer, or a warm summer night anywhere, with baseball on the radio, a cold one in your hand, and near some body of water. I'll take that over the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field, right? Freezing your nards off and you're, just absolutely uncomfortable. Most football games I've been to in my life, I've been extremely uncomfortable. You're either there and for whatever reason it is way too hot, day game, or you're there in the wintertime and it's way too cold. There's a pocket, no matter where you live at, there's a pocket of about 3 to 4 weeks that you can go to a football game and not be uncomfortable. That's not the case in Major League Baseball or any baseball. I specifically think Major League because they play a lot of night games. And nowadays you play the night games during the summer under the lights, and it's a beautiful thing. And that's why it's the best pastime there is. And you can take your kids, you can take your family to the game, to the ballpark, and you can afford to do it. A lot of folks can't do that with a game in the National Football League. Not without taking a second mortgage out. And when you're at the game, you can still have a conversation. And that's important. To be able to say, I can remember going to baseball games. We went to a Braves Mets game up in New York. Me and my mom, we just happened to be visiting New York. I said, let's go check out the game. And how cool it was. My sisters went as well. But how cool it was to be able to sit there and to have a conversation with her. And she grew up in that area, so she's recalling and telling me all the great stories about, going there with her dad as a kid. They grew up watching the Brooklyn Dodgers. But then there's also just the conversations of, hey, what's going on in your life? Hey, you don't get that in a football game. It's usually way too loud. There's usually too much tension until the game turns into a blowout. Once the game turns into a blowout, here's the funny thing. If you go to a football game, think about how many times you might have been to a game that got out of hand. And think about how many times you went to a baseball that may have gotten out of hand. And if you answer this honestly, think about the fact that when the football game got out of hand, it was time to leave. When the baseball game got out of hand, it was time to maybe go get another cold one. The game got out of hand, well, that just meant I get to spend more time with the folks that I came to the game with. The football game gets out of hand, you'll see it. They're in the parking lot, they're leaving. Baseball's the best. We'll be back in a flash. When we come back, we're going to talk about other things that baseball brings to the table and why it is still America's pastime. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country's Once Upon a Pastime series. Keep it locked in here.
Cool! Wizard versus nerd!
Strike you down with my spell! No! Science is the answer!
Northern Tool and Equipment.
My girlfriend has given me a pet name.
I'm afraid to ask.
Snuggle Muffin.
No, it isn't.
And she uses it in public.
Okay, so give your girlfriend a pet name she'll hate, like Thunder Chunky.
I couldn't do that.
I see. Too harsh for Snuggle Muffin. Okay. Drown her out with a 200-mile-per-hour cordless leaf blower.
Got it. Here she comes.
Hey, Snuggle Muffin. What are you doing, Snuggle? I am so out of here.
Wait. Come back, Thunder Chunky.
There's no problem, a little...
I guess we are back, Braves Country. Apologize. I went out there to take my dogs outside, sat on the couch, started kind of zoning out, and I look up, I go, holy crap, they're coming off the rain delay is over. Aaron Bummer is going to be the pitcher. There's nobody in the stadium. What in the world? First pitch on the way from Bummer with 1 on, 2 out to refresh your memory. Bottom of the 5th. Behind home plate, it looks like a pandemic game. I mean, there is nobody. The 0-1. Inside from Bummer. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Lefty, righty, pitch on the way. Swing, pops it up. High in the sky. coming in, fighting the sun now after the rain delay. He makes the catch as Acuna, and that'll end the inning. So I don't remember what happened before that. We trail 3-1. We head to the top of the 6th inning. We'll get it together.
Stephanie, I'm at the mall and I see your boyfriend walking around with some fat. Jess, what do you mean? I'm with my boyfriend right now.
Something happened to this guy that has never happened again in Major League Baseball history. Danny Goodwin was initially drafted first overall by the Chicago White Sox in the 1971 Major League Baseball draft. Instead of signing with the White Sox, he decided to attend Southern University and A&M in Baton Rouge. Shortly after college, the Angels selected him with the number 1 overall pick in the 1975 Major League Baseball draft, and this time he signed for a Major League record of $150,000. He is the only person drafted with the first overall pick in the Major League Baseball draft twice. In 1979, he would have his best season, batting .289 with 5 home runs and 27 RBIs, all career highs. After his playing days, he served as the Atlanta Braves Director of Community Relations.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
I don't think he was just taking Andro. I think Andro was one of many drugs that he was probably taking for a long period of time. And just a couple weeks earlier, Randy Barnes, the gold medalist shot putter for the United States, was banned for life for using androstenedione. And here was McGuire being praised as the hero of the country, using the exact same thing. The idea was shoot the messenger. There was certainly not an embracing of the issue that we have a problem and we need to solve this problem. There was no sense in baseball that this is just the tip of the iceberg. We need to look further to see who else is using performance-enhancing drugs. If anything, it was more bury our heads in the sand, maybe it'll go away.
A columnist for the Boston Globe insisted, there's nothing sold in drugstores that can help you hit a home run in the big leagues. Andro, he wrote, was not that different from aspirin, prime rib, coffee, or Wheaties, and McGuire was just the victim of an unfair tabloid-driven controversy.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson is a swing and a miss strike. Keller is going back out there to pitch. It's 0-1. The 0-1, swing and a miss, 0-2. So an 0-2 count, Keller with 66 pitches, but more importantly, the long delay. Wasn't that long of a delay. I'm not 100% sure if that played into why Lopez came out of the game as the 0-2 pitch is swatted foul towards the first base dugout. We'll do it again, 0-2. Could just be the Braves being overly cautious with Lopez and his innings limit. The 0-2 pitch, swing, and fouls it back out of play. We'll do it again. So an 0-2 count to catch you back up to speed after the weird rain delays that we've had today. The 0-2 from Keller. Braves trail 3-1, top of the 6th. 95 miles an hour fastball misses high and out of the zone. Braves 1, Pirates 2. Keller about to throw his 70th pitch here in the 6th. On the way. Swing and swats the cutter. Long foul ball well out of play. Do it again. You had a 1-2 count. The pitch to Olson. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep. Going back on the track, making the catch at the warning track. Another loud out. The Braves have been giving Keller a ride a few times today, just not enough to get it out of the stadium. So righty-righty matchup now. Orlando Arcia takes a half-hearted swing. Miss over the top. It's 0-1. Arcia 1 for 2. The 0-1. Kicks and fires, swung on, drags over to third. Ball is dropped by the third baseman a couple of times and just going to get the slow-footed Arcia by about a half step, 2 down. He dropped the ball 2 times, juggled it the second. The first time dropped it, but Orlando Arcia, not the fleetest of foot. He was hustling as fast as he could go. Really is odd because for an infielder, he's got some of the slowest wheels I've ever seen. An incredible defensive player. He is so slow getting out of the box. First pitch to Harris is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Did he go around? They said that he did. It's 0-2. One thing you got to know if you are a Atlanta Braves batter right now, as the 0-2 pitch to Harris, swung on, chopped foul. Just got a piece of that one that he chased well out of the zone. These umpires have now sat through 2 rain delays. If you think you're going to work the count, you are sadly mistaken. They are going to ring you up with the quickness. So the 0-2 pitch, swing, chop, set, foul, back behind home plate again. We'll do it again. The 0-2. Kicks and fires in the dirt, swing and a miss, strike 3. So 3 up, 3 down. Braves go extremely quietly. We head back to the bottom of the 6th. Middle of the order due up for the Pirates.
This sucks, and it's horse but I'm too polite to say anything because I'm a class act.
This is the greatest baseball team name that has ever existed. They are the Florence Yalls. They are based in Florence, Kentucky. And you might be asking yourself, how do they get this name? The baseball team is named after the water tower in town, which says Florence Yall on it, which was previously Florence Mall, but the state of Kentucky told the city to change it because the mall hadn't been built yet. And this is the best part. Wait, the mascot is the town's water tower. I am buying stock on the Florence Yalls. I am all in.
Armchair.
It's not whether you win or lose. It's like the team that wins is the one that has the most fun. You know, that crap like that. You know, all this stuff that's contaminated America where they give every kid a trophy and they don't keep score in Little League anymore.
Armchair.
We went in the lobby there, went up to the desk and said, "What room is the babe in?" And the clerk told him. So what a different time it was. So we went to the elevator, went up the elevator to the floor, went to the door. The door was open by one of the largest men I've ever seen in my life. He was the color of mahogany. And Uncle Roy said, "Here's the babe here." And this man turned over his shoulder and said, "Babe, there's some people out here to see you." Then I realized who it was that had opened the door. It was Gehrig. And I was amazed at Gehrig. And Gehrig stepped back, and Babe Ruth came out. And he had a big cigar in one hand and a drink in the other. And he said, "Hello." I said, "Babe, these boys have come up to see you. They're great fans of yours." He said, "Well, I'm glad to hear it, and I'm glad to see you boys." And he put his hand out, and my little 9-year-old cousin shook his hand, and I shook his hand, and he said, "I've been so glad to see you," and shut the door and went back in. And that's my Babe Ruth story.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Bummer to Cruz is right there for a strike. Lefty-lefty matchup. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swatted, foul, and out of play. 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Kicks and fires, swung on, dragged over towards first. Olson's got it. He'll step on the bag, shooing off Bummer, 1 down. Still a long way to go in this one. A slow-moving game because of the 2 rain delays, but still got 3 more ups and only trailed by 2. First pitch on the way to Nick Gonzalez, the right-hander. Takes the cutter outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. They ring that up as a cutter, but it's really more of a fadeaway change to the right-handers. The 1-0, sweep, swing and a miss. It's 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Lefty, righty, pitch on the way, swing. That ball slapped foul down the right field line. We'll do it again. One down, the 1-2 count from Bummer. The pitch. Inside gets him. So Bummer, after getting Gonzalez down on 2 strikes, now is going to bail him out with the free pass. Nick Gonzalez will head on down to first. He's wincing a little bit, but look, yeah, it hit him in the arm guard. He should be okay, I would think. He's holding his elbow, so you never know about those arm pads, but it looks like it's got pretty good coverage. Hit him above the elbow near the bottom of the tricep area, but all that is covered by his arm pad. It might just be stinging him. They do have the trainer out there talking to him. Braves trail 3-1. Bottom of the 6th, if you're just joining us, 2 rain delays. First one about 25 minutes. The second one was pretty quick. I want to say it was around 20-ish minutes, but I didn't start the clock on that one. First pitch on the way to Olivares is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Gonzalez appears to be okay. He stays in the game. The 1-0 lefty-righty pitch, down and in, sinker misses, 95 miles an hour, ball 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Bummer comes set. The pitch on the way. Right there for a strike, 94 on the intercut, 2-1. The 2-1 from Bummer. Swing and a miss. Sweeper over the top. 2-2. Washington leads Seattle 3-1. That game is in the 9th. Logan Gilbert was on the mound for Seattle. The 2-2. Outside wide, ball 3. So a full count to Olivares. Grandal. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Tromp held on to the foul tip into his glove, 2 away. Good job by Tromp holding on to that. That couldn't have been easy. That ball dipped down, just got the bottom of his glove. Snow coned a little bit, but he held on. 2 down. That'll bring Yasmani Grandal to the plate. Grandal swings at the first pitch, grounds it over to third, short to Ozzie. So short to shorter, and we'll be back in a flash. Kelnick, Tromp, and Short coming to the plate.
Mom, what's the vibe for tomorrow?
What do you mean, what's the vibe for tomorrow?
Said people are coming over, like, what are we doing?
My family's coming over, your cousins, and we're going to have cocktails and
so
appetizers.
We're drinking? Are we like drinking, or?
What does that mean?
Like, I don't want to drink unless we're blacking out.
Oh, my God.
Reardon delivers. There's a fly ball, deep left center field, right looking up. He did it! He did it! Bob Horner has become the 11th player in baseball history to hit 4 homers in one game.
I get to Anaheim, I know nobody, and I sit in my locker, and I'm just kind of like hoping somebody would notice me. Tommy Lasorda is the manager. He goes over the pitching lineup, and I don't even think there's a chance I pitch. And then he tells me I'm pitching second. So now I'm completely nervous. Rick Russell starting, Wade Boggs, Bo Jackson, number 1 and number 2 hitters. I'm trying to get to the bullpen, and no one will take me there. Veterans are like, hey, we want to watch the first inning, because back then starters go 3 innings, right? 2 minimum. So I'm sitting in a dugout. Rick Russell's getting beat up. Tommy Lasorda gets on the bullpen phone, and he says, hey, get Smoltzy up. And I'm right here. And he's like, kid, what are you doing? And I said, I have no idea how to get to the bullpen. He goes, how many pitches is it going to take you? I said, literally 7. It's 7 pitches. I'm in my first All-Star game. I forgot everything anybody told me. I get first and third, 1 out, Bo Jackson up. I'd already seen him hit one 440 feet, and I'm just trying to get a double play ball. 2-hopper. To Ozzie Smith, to Ryan Sandberg, he beats it out. Like the loss, Nolan Ryan, the oldest pitcher ever to get the win. I was the youngest pitcher to ever get the loss.
Ruth, is your contract 2 years. That's to be agreed upon. Will you kindly sign it?
Yes, sir, Colonel. In 1930, just months after the stock market crashed, Babe Ruth signed a 2-year contract that paid him $80,000 a season, more money than any player had ever been paid in the history of the game. When a reporter asked him whether it was unseemly in the midst of the Depression to be getting a bigger salary than President Herbert Hoover, he answered, why not? I had a better year than he did.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Seventh inning. Might as well crack you open a cold one. This has been a long one here on a Memorial Day weekend. First pitch on the way from Kellick to Kelnick from Keller. Say that 3 times fast. Is a swing and a miss strike at the top of the zone. It's 0-1. Mitch Keller, 80th pitch of the day. Swing, and that ball's lifted into left field. That should be caught. It is in F7 in your scorecard. Quick 1 out. The Braves, though they've put some hits on Keller, they really haven't worked the zone much, so he's sitting here in the 7th inning cruising. Just 80 pitches into the day, and here comes Chadwick Tromp. First pitch on the way. He takes a swing and a pitch wildly out of the zone. It's 0-1. Pittsburgh 3, Braves 1, the 0-1. Sweeper. Sweeps right across his chest. Right there for a strike. 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Tromp will take his time out. Righty, the pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Chase that one 2 away. 2 down, and Zach Short will come to the plate. Short. I thought we might see Wendell in the lineup today, but no dice. The first pitch on the way to Short is below the knees, called for a low strike. It's 0-1. Wendell giving him the benefit of the doubt after a good day, but that was 2-3 inches below the zone. The 0-1. Down below the knees, 1-1. The 1-1 count. Kicks and fires. Down below the knees. That time he did not get that call. Right about the same area, 2-1. Cunha stands on deck. All you need is a bloop and a blast to get back in this one. The 2-1 pitch to Short. Swing and fouls it off. 2-2. Thing about Wendell, not only is he a little better hitter than Short, he's also a left-handed hitter. So I really thought we would see him get the start against the right-hander today. Instead, it's Short once again. The 2-2 hits him. Hey, we'll take it any way we can. Get Zach Short on any way you can. This speed. Ronald Cunha Jr. coming to the plate. You never know. That ball almost got him up in the noggin. Hit him right in the nameplate on his back. Looked like the bender that just didn't bend. He He appears to be okay. Ronald Acuna Jr. They're going to go out. Grandal's going to go out there and talk to Keller. He's going to get a visit from his manager from the mound. I was wondering if they would have Keller, pitch a fourth time through the lineup. They do have, looks like Holderman warmed up in the pen, and that's it. Keller doesn't like it, but I can understand why you don't want him to see him a fourth time. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I'm kind of like the total package that got effed up during shipping and handling.
Hey, Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play-by-Play, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball.
I saw an ad the other day that said, you too can look like Dolly Parton for only $500. Boy, I wish I'd have seen that ad before I dished out the millions it cost me to look like Dolly Parton.
It costs a lot of money to bring the real world champion on location. When last year I spent more money on spilled liquor in bars from one side of this world to the other than you made. You're talking to the Rolex wearing, kiss stealing, wheeling dealing, limousine riding, jet flying, son of a gun. Woo!
Despite the Depression, baseball was still big in New York, where Babe Ruth still dominated the game and filled the headlines. He was the idol of every schoolboy, the delight of every sports writer. Drinking and eating too much, cheerfully lighting up the half-smoked cigars he found on the men's room floor, doing his best to ignore the younger sluggers who were now overtaking him, including his seemingly invincible teammate, Lou Gehrig.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Ronald Acuna Jr. steps in against Holderman. Holderman, first pitch on the way, is well off the plate, wide, called for a strike. Another terrible call by home plate umpire Hunter Wendelstedt. It's 0-1. The 0-1, righty-righty. Pitch on the way. Outside wide, didn't get that call. That one was a foot outside. The first one was maybe 3 inches. 1-1. Colin Holderman, 28-year-old, 6'4", the 1-1. Another pitch off the plate, called for a strike, 1-2. I know Snicker doesn't have the guts, but I think Acuna or someone needs to turn around and say, hey, man, if you got dinner plans, why don't you go ahead and just take off? We can do this without you. The 1-2 pitch, down and away, 2-2. Holderman was drafted by the Mets back in 2016. He's been with the Pirates since 2022. The 2-2, outside wide, ball 3. I don't blame him. I'd keep pitching outside because if he's going to give you that outside part of the plate, you might as well keep going out there. Anything's within 2 to 3 inches off the plate, Acuna's going to be forced to swing at. The payoff pitch, caught looking, strike 3. Acuna didn't swing. Terrible call. Wendelstedt, an absolute clown show back there, but you got to swing the bat.
Hey, don't tell me to make myself at home if you get mad when I cuss your kids out and tell them to sit their bad ass down somewhere.
Most people know.
All right, I can't see you. Let me hear you. A 1, a 2, a 3. We are to the ball.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Pierce Johnson's going to get the nod out of the pen. Right-hander with a 2.63 ERA. Opponent's batting average against 245. He's thrown 13 and 2/3 innings so far, 17 strikeouts, 6 walks. You'll primarily see curveball, fastball out of Pierce. First man he'll face is Triolo, who's 1 for 2. The first pitch on the way is curveball right there at the knees on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Curveball, top of the zone. 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Braves trail 3-1, bottom of the 7th inning. The 0-2 from Pierce. Rocks and fires, down and away, curveball misses. Sharp breaking curveball off the edge, 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Caught looking, strike 3. Another pitch off the edge. The curveball, that one was a little closer than the one that rung up Ronnie, but essentially that same outer edge. That curveball may have touched the zone on the way out, but I can understand why the batter's upset. One down. That'll bring the left-handed batter, the number 9 hitter, Bay, up to the plate. He's 1 for 2 with an RBI. First pitch is a curveball. Swatted back foul. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Down and in. 1-2. Or 1-1, excuse me. So a 1-1 count. Pierce Johnson lets her rip. 95-mile-an-hour fastball nowhere near the zone. 2-1. Braves infield is back and to the right. The 2-1 curveball misses outside. 3-1. So he seems to really only be giving the outside part of the extreme outside part of the plate against the batter edge as the 3-1 misses high and out of the zone, ball 4. Pierce Johnson nowhere near the zone in that at bat. Meaning, if it's a righty-righty matchup, the right-handers are getting a wide strike called on them on the outer edge of the plate. It's not happening on the lefties. So this will bring up the top of the order. Andrew McCutchen, 0 for 3, digs in. First pitch is a curveball, tap foul and out of play. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Runner on first, 1 out. The pitch. Swing. That ball's hit hard on the ground into left field. That is through for a base hit. And the Pirates got runners on first and second. 1 away. .96-mile-an-hour fastball that was scalded. Got way too much of the plate. The runners on first and second, 1 out. The left-handed bat of Reynolds coming to the plate. Double play would get you out of the jam. First pitch on the way is a curveball down and in. 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. Swung on, grounded up the middle. Ozzie Albies cannot get to it. That's going to be a run. It's 4-1 Pittsburgh. Runners will be on the corners with one out. So another base hit ripped through the infield. If they're in double play depth, Ozzie's got a chance to get there, but they've had him so far over towards the first base side. He had a long way to go in a hard hit ball like that. Just not much of a chance to get to that one. So runners on the corners, one out. The first pitch to Connor Joe is nowhere near the zone up high. It's 1-0. Pittsburgh 4, Braves 1. The 1-0. Turns over and flips it over to first to no avail. Runner back in plenty of time. The 1-0 pitch from Johnson. Swing and a miss. Curveball. Right down the pipe. Mistimed it. 1-1. Same two teams back at it tomorrow. Chris Sale Day. But you got to get these bats to wake up. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Johnson comes set. The pitch caught, looking, strike 3. Teardrop curve right there at the knees, 2 away. Braves still got plenty of time to get back in this one, but you'd like to keep it right here at a 3-run game. That's going to bring up O'Neill Cruz to the plate. O'Neill 0 for 2. First pitch on the way is a swing and a miss strike. Curveball down around the ankles. It's 0-1. If you're joining us late, the word on the street is the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss again. Curveball nowhere near that one, 0-2. Murphy and Riley may be in the lineup on Monday. Atlanta returns back to Atlanta for a homestand, a well-deserved homestand. They've been on the road a lot this year. The 0-2. Caught, looking, strike 3. Curveball, that one was in the zone and dropped right there at the knees. So Pierce gives up a run, but keeps it right there. We'll be back in just a moment. The Braves trail 4-1.
My pronouns are USA.
Who exactly started telling people that what birthday parties looked like in the 80s? First of all, we didn't have birthday parties in the 80s. We were lucky if our parents remembered our birthday. Growing up in Gen X, you had at least one birthday that your parents just completely forgot. Once in a while, there'd be a kid in your class who was having his birthday party at McDonald's. Your whole class was invited. Like, even the kid that eats glue that nobody likes got to come. We did not have the same McDonald's that kids have today. We had a slide that was the temperature of Satan's ass and this burger prison. And the floor was all these little rocks that would get in your shoe and like stab your foot. There was no point in taking it out because they were going to get right back in there. You always had one stupid kid in your class that would just pick up like a handful of rocks and like zing them at your face. Nobody cared. Our parents weren't watching. It was anarchy out there. When it was time to eat, we would sit down and get our Happy Meals and they'd be placed like right next to ashtrays because our moms just chain smoked Virginia Slims the whole time we were there. Number one best part of a McDonald's birthday in the 80s, unlimited orange drink. And if you were the kid that had that party, your status symbol in that elementary school went whoop.
My family and other families in the South, religious families, would not allow us to play on Sunday. We had to go to church on Sunday, not play baseball. But they would have Saturday games at these churches out in the fields, and the whole community would turn out to see them play.
It was the era of dress up. It was that era. See, the men have on ties, hats. The ladies had on their fine dresses. In our baseball, a Sunday baseball, in our faith, you know, Methodist, Baptist, or whatnot, 11 o'clock service on Sunday. But when the Monarchs are in town or when the East-West game was on, they started church at 10 o'clock. So they could get out an hour earlier so they could come to the ball game. So they got on their finery coming from church. They came straight to the ball game, looking pretty. Yes, we loved it.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies from the right-hander Holderman. He's right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 down and in. Taken all the way, 1-1. Appears there's more rain coming down now as the fans bolt towards the aisles, the exits. The 1-1 pitch, high and out of the zone, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Braves trail 4-1. There's sun over on the right behind this. I think they're trying to see if they can avoid another delay. Braves trail 4-1. The 2-1 pitch to Ozzie Albies. Swing, pops it up. Back foul. Out of play. 2-2. Ozzie Albies, Marcell Ozuna. Matt Olson all due up in this inning. Hindcatcher's going to go out there and talk to Holderman for a second. Returns back to the plate. The 2-2. Swing. That ball's lifted into center field. Right at bay. One down. It's not coming down terribly hard, but once again, it looks like that there's a break right behind this if you're looking at the radar. Marcell Ozuna comes to the plate. He takes the first pitch at the knees for a strike. 97 miles an hour. It's 0-1. Marcell 0 for on the day. 0 for 3. Hitting streak was broken up last night. The 0-1. Holderman kicks and fires. Swung on, hit hard on the ground, through the hole. And there we go. There's a base hit. Marcell Ozuna's aboard. One on, one out. Matt Olson coming to the plate. Real quick on the out-of-town scoreboard, Tigers beat the Blue Jays 2-1. Minnesota over Texas 5-3. Rays and Royals are tied at 3 in the 10th. Giants down the Mets 7-2. Orioles 5-3 over the White Sox, a final, along with 3-1 Washington over Seattle. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson is right there for a strike on the edge. It's 0-1. A's knock off the Astros 3-1. Astros are now 6 games under 500. The 0-1, swing and a miss, cutter at the top. 0-2. Brewers 6-3 over Boston. That game is in the 9th. All the other games are just about to get underway. So an 0-2 count, pitch on the way, slap foul down the third base side. Righty-lefty matchup. Comes set and kicks. Way outside 96 miles an hour, 1-2. Holderman about to throw his 18th pitch of the outing. The pitch. Inside 97 miles an hour, high and inside 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Standing on deck is Arcia. Harris in the hole. Tying run standing on deck for your Atlanta Braves. The 2-2 pitch swung on and chopped foul towards first. Connor Joe grabs it and flips it into the crowd. The 2-2. Holderman comes set. The pitch on the way. Inside, 97 miles an hour. Almost gets him. We'll do it again. You got a 3-2 count to Olsen. Runner on first, one out, the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Cutter got him off the edge. He missed his spot but got the strikeout. They were set up inside. That was well off the mark. It was up in the upper top corner of the strike zone, outer edge. The hind catcher, Grandal, was set up inside. So 1 on, 2 out. First pitch on the way to Arcia is high and inside. Almost gets him. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Righty, pitch on the way. Swung on, chopped over to third. Should be an easy out. 5-3 put out, and that'll end the inning. Arcia once again dribbles one out into the infield, and that'll end the inning. Braves put one on, but that's it. We'll be back in a flash. To the bottom of the 8th we go.
Y'all, I can't believe we used to print out MapQuest and be out here traveling like pirates.
Hey, I can't search his car without warrant, dude. No, that's me. You can't search your... Hey, dude, they can't search your car without warrant. You tell them.
Dude.
What? You, dude. Hey, y'all, if y'all need a warrant to search his car, dude, I'll let you have one, dude. I got a whole bunch of warrants, dude. Yeah. I bet you didn't know that, dude. I was trying to help you, dude. You said you had a warrant? Yeah, dude, I got a whole bunch of warrants. Just run the plate. Yeah, y'all can borrow as many as you need, dude. Yeah.
Sir, can you show me some ID?
Yeah. My ID? Yep. No.
Show me your ID.
I got a gun. Yeah. No. I got a zip. I gotta get out of here, dude.
Sir, step out of the vehicle.
I tried this one chili and it set my mouth on fire and I had to drink a 2-liter of Mountain Dew.
Marvel or DC? What's your opinion?
Oh, it's the same damn thing. They are the same. Okay, here we go. Okay, here you go. You got Hyperion in Marvel, that's your Superman. All right, you got your Quicksilver, that's your Flash. All right, you got your Namor, that's your Aquaman. All right, then what's the girl that keeps getting her hair cut and everybody? You got Captain Marvel, that's your Wonder Woman. All right, and then you got your Moon Knight, and that's your Batman.
As I look back, remember now, my mother would make a ball out of a sock and put a rock inside of it, and you play with that. And as I got a little bit older, the guys, when they break a bat, we'd put tacks and nails in it and put tape on it. and we just make up a little team. And as I got a little bit old, all teams, all the towns and cities had baseball teams, factory teams, and or steel mill or furniture store, because that was basically the only thing that you could do was play baseball in the summertime.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Jimmy Herget's going to come on in to pitch. First pitch on the way is a slider well off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Righty, pitch on the way. Curveball well off the plate wide, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Jimmy kicks and fires, swing and a miss, sinker over the top, 2-1. The Braves added Herget to the roster this afternoon as the 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 2-2. After they sent Darius Vines down to AAA following last night's game. So a 2-2 count. Kind of has a three-quarter delivery from the right side. The 2-2 pitch. Flips it up there. Swung on. Foul back out of play. We'll do it again. The 2-2. Lets her go. They call it a curveball. Look more like a flat slider. Outside wide. Ball 3. The 3-2 count from Herget. Kicks and fires. Swung on. Chopped, fouled into the instep of Gonzalez. Do it again. He's kind of gotten beaten up today. Braves 1, Pittsburgh 4, bottom of the 8th inning. Nobody on, nobody out. The payoff pitch from Herget on the way. Outside wide, ball 4. So though Wendelstedt's been giving a wide zone well outside the strike zone today out there, that's a little too far. So he'll go back to work. 91-mile-an-hour sinker, a little bit off the edge, called for a strike. To Olivares, the right fielder, it's 0-1. Righty-righty matchup. The 0-1. Swing and fouls it back out of play. 0-2. Jimmy, 6'3", 170-pounder out of Tampa, Florida. He was drafted by the Reds in 2015. He's bounced all over the league the last 5 years, playing for Cincinnati, Texas, the Angels. The 0-2 pitch is outside wide, 1-2. Has a respectable career ERA of 3.47. But a lot of that, as he turns around and flips it over to first, keep the runner close by. A lot of that was a phenomenal 2022 where he had 69 innings pitched, 49 appearances that year, and a 2.48 ERA. The 1-2 pops it up high in the sky. Can of corn. Who wants it? Olsen grabs it in between first and home. On the infield grass, 1 away. So if you look at that 2022 as an outlier, the rest of his career has pretty much been mid-4s, low-5s ERA. First pitch on the way to Grandal is swung on and fouled down the third base line. It's 0-1. He had a 4.66 ERA in 29 innings last year. The 0-1 swung on and lifted, foul down the third base line. It's 0-2. Got an 0-2 count, one down. Bottom of the 8th inning, the Braves trail 4-1. The pitch from Herget, swung on, pops it up. That ball will bend out of play again. We'll do it again, 0-2. So an 0-2 count. A lot of fans are leaving the stadium. Going over that bridge behind PNC Park, that big yellow bridge, gives a great backdrop to that stadium. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Here's a throw down to second as Gonzalez will steal second base, but there are 2 away. Picked a perfect pitch to go on, a 70-mile-an-hour bender down and in, and Tromp had to backhand it and then come to his feet and throw against his body down to first. Made it actually a pretty darn close play, everything considered. Gonzalez with a heck of a jump. First pitch on the way to the right-handed bat of Triolo is outside wide for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1, righty-righty. Runner on second, 2 outs. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Curveball, 0-2. You got an 0-2 count. No word on how much longer it's going to be on Tyler Matzik, but he was so rusty, I think they're going to let him take his time. The 0-2, well outside, 4-seam fastball, 1-2. Braves infield, playing the right-hander to pull, the 1-2, inside, taps it foul off his bat. Pitch was well inside the zone. That was an excuse-me foul tip. Triolo was trying to hold up, and the bat head just dropped down and smacked the ball on its way by. The 1-2. Kicks and fires. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Pretty good inning by Herget. See if he sticks around for the long haul, for it's just a one and done. But all in all, pretty good outing. We come back. Bednar, the closer's coming in. He's had some ups and downs this year. We'll be back in a flash.
Veganism is the sad result of a morally corrupt mind. Reconsider your life.
Hey, Braves Country. This is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
When I grow up, I want to work for a woke company. When I grow up, I want to be hired based on what I look like rather than my skills.
I want to be judged
I want to get promoted
based on my chromosomes. When I grow up, I want to be offended by my coworkers and walk around the office
on eggshells
and have my words policed
by HR. Words like
grandfather,
peanut gallery,
long time no see,
no can do.
When I grow up,
I want to be obsessed with emotional safety and do workplace sensitivity training all day long. When I grow up, I want to climb the corporate ladder
just by following the crowd.
I want to be a conformist. I want to weaponize my pronoun. Armchair.
So I was talking to my neighbor because I heard some commotion going on at his house. And I was like, what the hell is going on at your house? He said, girl, I had 2 girls fighting over my ass and I had to call the cops. I was like, damn. He said, yeah, I had to call the cops because the ugly one was winning.
One thing to learn as a parent is get you a swear sock. Every time they you off, you put a couple quarters in it. About the time you fill it up enough, you beat the out of them with it.
We would play ball in the afternoon, and down to the auditorium that night, we would all go down to here, Duke Ellington. That's Swallow, huh? The best in the world. We knew him. You know what I mean? Buddy, we ate together. This was actually an exciting era. Yeah.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris. The second is swung on and foul back out of play. It's 0-1. Tomorrow is Sunday, so obviously we're not going to do until the numbers get a lot better. We don't do Sundays. The 0-1 pitch swung on, grounded over to first. Easy 3-1 put out. Bednar covering the bag, one away. But tomorrow will be our Salute to Service show. Played that in the past. It's a pretty cool show that we've put together for the men and women who have served this country. Thank you to all men and women who have served this country, and special thank you to all that have given the ultimate price on this Memorial Day weekend. First pitch on the way from Bednar to Kelnick is a curveball outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Righty lefty pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Bednar comes in as the pitch in the dirt. 1-1. Bednar, after getting that out, drops his ERA to 6.97. Came in with an ERA of 7.08. The 2-1 pitch swung on and slapped back foul 2-2. So if you can get some guys on the pond, Bednar has had a really rough year. Conversely, last year his ERA was just 2. 2022, 2.61. 2.23 in 2021. The 2-2 pitch, swing, pops it up, high in the sky. Very playable. Camping underneath it is Taylor, now playing center field, 2 down. So 2 down. Travis d'Arnaud stepped to the plate. So he'll get a chance to bat for Chadwick Tromp. First pitch on the way is high and out of the zone. Curveball misses. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Righty. Pitch on the way from Travis. Swung on. Chopped foul back behind the plate. 1-1. d'Arnaud batting .263, 5 home runs, but most of that damage was done in a wraparound weekend. Really has not done a whole lot outside of that. The 1-1 pitch, outside wide, 98-mile-an-hour fastball misses, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. The pitch from Bednar. High and out of the zone, 3-1. Travis gets on, you won't be able to pinch run for him. But if he does get on, I would think that they would pinch it for short. Maybe Wendell, maybe Duvall, and then put Wendell in defensively. The 3-1 pitch. Swing. That ball's hammered down the third base line. Foul. 3-2. So a full count. Braves are down to their last strike. The payoff pitch from Bednar. Swung on, lifted high into right center field. Going back on the track, off the wall. Travis d'Arnaud will have himself a 2-out double. And that could get things going. You never know. Bednar will now be working with the runner on from the set position. You never know how that may affect him. d'Arnaud just stepped into that one and split the outfielders, and it's up against the wall, and here we go. So it will be Adam Duvall to pinch hit for short. If this game were to go into the bottom of the ninth, Travis would be behind the plate, and most likely you would put Wendell at third. Pittsburgh 4, Braves 1. Ronald Acuna Jr. stands on deck representing the tying run. Duvall's job is just to get on somehow. First pitch on the way to Duvall is a splitter off the edge for a strike. It's 0-1. Braves down to their last out. Top of the ninth inning. A 4-1 count. The 0-1. Swing, and that ball is laced into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. The Braves will play station to station. No sense of getting Travis d'Arnaud thrown out at the plate. He just kind of lightly jogged down to third, knowing his run doesn't really mean that much. We got runners on the corners. Duvall went out there and got that ball off the plate. I mean, that really wasn't a terrible pitch. He just stepped out in front of it and got his bat head out in front of it. So Ronald Acuna Jr. steps up representing the tying run. Hit a home run last night. Represents on the first pitch on the way, outside wide, 1-0. So a 1-0. Pitch on the way, swatted back foul, in and out of the glove of the hind catcher, 1-1. The 1-1. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. Same two teams at it tomorrow at 1:35. The pitch swung on, pops it up, back behind home plate, giving chase. Grandal, but it'll just bend out of play a couple of rows back behind home plate. 1-2. So Braves once again down to their last strike. You got a 1-2 count. Righty, runners on the corners, 2 outs. The pitch. Swing, and that ball's hit up the middle. Should be an easy play. It is. 6-4 putout, and that'll end the game. So the Braves threaten, but Acuna cannot cash in. Pittsburgh wins 4-1. Braves drop the first 2 of this series, and they'll send Chris Sale to the mound tomorrow to try to stave off a sweep. Braves lose 4-1. tomorrow will be the Salute to Service show. We'll put the chat up for everybody to enjoy and have the Salute to Service as well playing. And Atlanta loses a tough one, 4-1. Lopez will get the loss. And the Braves will drop to 29-20 on the year. Still first in the wild card of the National League, but now 6.5 out of the National League East. The Phillies play tonight. We'll see how that turns out. We'll come on to you just before about first pitch and put the Salute to Service show on. Y'all have a great night, Braves country. Braves lose a tough one, 4-1. Memorial Day, we will do pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play. We'll see you then.